माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है।
प्रबुद्ध व्यक्तियों एवं अतिथि से आग्रह करती हूँ कि कृपया दीप प्रज्वलित कर कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करें।
I now request Ray Kancharla sir from DMIX to come and introduce the 6th World Congress on Disaster Management to the audience.
Very good morning to our respected dignitaries on the stage and to all the researchers, scientists and all dear friends who are gathered here. I want to place on record our deep felt gratitude and appreciation to the government of Uttarakhand and to USDMA, UCOST, and of course in the premises of Wadia Institute, where we are all gathered for a very, very important pre-conference deliberations and carry this forward to the 6th World Congress on Disaster Management. So I would like to congratulate our dignitaries, the government, and also Shri Sinhaji, who is the Secretary of USDMA. And I would like to place also our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the director of Wadia and to all of you. First of all, the World Congress on Disaster Management, this journey started around 2007. And we have had 5 such chapters in different parts of the country, beginning from Hyderabad, Visakhapatnam, Mumbai, where we had collaborated with the government of Maharashtra, and in Delhi, where the 5th chapter happened. Now, one line I would like to place on record for all of us to understand, this is one of the largest gathering of policy planners, government officials, researchers, scientists, practitioners, including children and youth, outside the UN system. And this is where everyone will find that they have a space to express their understanding, research findings, and their experiences. And government of Uttarakhand has taken it as their own. And this makes us very proud. And I would like to place on record this appreciation, and let's give a very good round of applause to the government of Uttarakhand and the USDMA that's taken this as their frontline flag. And 2023 is very, very important for this reason. And disasters, climate change. These are the two eyes of the world that we all, face. And right now, of course, as we are here gathered to deliberate, at the ground level, some other issues we are encountering. And we all pray and hope that human life is protected, nurtured, sustained, and we as humanity continue to shape and reshape our planet Earth. And I was carrying a book, I didn't bring it here. There's one book that says, just one planet. We don't have 2 planets. We just have one. And if we see this as an object to be utilized, then we do everything that's counter to nurturing this planet. If we believe this is our common home, we don't have 2 homes, we just have one home. How do we keep that nurtured, strengthened, and glorified? And when our nature and earth and the planet are glorified and sustained, we are glorified. We are one in that. So I would like to, once again, not take too much time. Right now, just to say a last word before I hand it over, this World Congress has received astounding response, unheard of in the previous 5. For example, the research papers that have come crossed 800 plus. Earlier we have had only 500, 600. Thanks to all the premier institutions of Uttarakhand government and national institutions that have worked hard in the background to make sure that we get there. The second aspect is, of course, we have got a global community coming together. And in numbers, of course, we will meet all of them. Already I can see a few of them with whom we have been communicating and shaping that you are here. Lots of knowledge, things to practice, and maybe a 20-30 year vision to begin with. And for this, of course, we are banking on the agenda that our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has given us as a roadmap. And we will continue to work on that and be a model for the rest of the humanity, to the country at large and to the global community at large. I would like to thank you for everything, and I wish Wadia all the best, and to all of you in the deliberations today. Once again, thank you so much. Jai Hind.
I now request all the distinguished speakers for today to introduce themselves, because we generally we have all the deliberations throughout the day, and some of our people who are on the dais might not be able to stay for the whole day. So if you can say from where you are and what you are going to speak on, I think that is a good thing that sir will take back with him. Please, sir.
A very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm happy to see a house full, and the topic is very important. And what I'm going to focus in my talk is earthquakes as of today cannot be forecasted. Even if we tell that an earthquake will occur coming Sunday at 12 noon of magnitude 7 near Dehradun, can we all evacuate? No. So we have to learn to live with earthquakes. There are ways and means of doing it, and some excellent approaches have been made by the National Disaster Management Authority, where we build the scenarios of the repeat of 1905 Kamla earthquake and 1897 Shillong earthquake. You will be amazed to know that if the 1905 Kamla earthquake occurs today, in the middle of the night, India could lose up to 1 million human lives.
Parent institute where I started my career with Dr. V.C. Thakur mentoring me. My talk will be focused on the dual problem, disaster problem we are facing, one from the tectonic earthquake, another from the global warming. And I will try to suggest something down to the ground without going too much scientific details, that what we need to do immediately as an action plan. Thank you.
Very good morning. My name is P.K. Das. I'm basically a resilient housing strategist, work for UNDP and help National Disaster Management Authority and some of the state disaster management is if a house has a capacity to absorb the shocks of the hazards and stops it from turning into disasters, that is resilient housing. I am also, I am also in the National Task Force of Ministry of Rural Development, and my main job is to go to the rural areas of India and in a couple of developing countries and build resilient housing for the people, with local resources. It is a little over 20 years that I have been working in the field of post-disaster needs assessment. It all began with 1999, the super cyclone of Odisha, where the wind speed exceeded 600 kilometers per hour. Over so many years, one thing that is astonishing to me, that while the geologists, the key role players in resilient housing, they are technically involved, but I don't see the reflection of that when I go to the grassroots level, where people are building their houses with the engineers, with the local masons, etc. So, resilient housing in India is still incomplete. So, in my presentation, I am going to show a project in which Honorable Dr. Sinha is present over here. In the housing recovery, in the post-disaster situation, if the institute like Wadia can be involved and demonstrate through hands-on experience in the recovery process how the geological knowledge can penetrate it down to the grassroots level, to the hands of the construction workers, engineers, and the beneficiaries. The message is responding to the past, preparing for the future. We are so far reactive. We have to be proactive. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, Chairwoman, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Markus Nüsser. I'm Professor of Geography at South Asia Institute, Heidelberg University, Germany. And for me, it's an honor and a privilege to be here to present some of my work that I did in the last more than 3 decades in the Himalayan region. My main topics of research are human-environmental interrelation at large, and I have a special focus on glacier-related cryospheric hazards. In this context, I will talk on GLOVs, some of the neglected disasters and hazards, and especially I will focus on some particular outbreak mechanisms that are not so much well known, and I think they tend to be more important in the future. And with that, I will open a discussion on how these types of outbreaks can be monitored in the future. Thank you very much.
Very good morning to all of you. I'm Afroz. Sorry. And it's a great pleasure to be here. I am Assistant Professor of Structural Geology. I mainly talk about hazards in South and Southeast Asia, and I'll be talking more about how faults connect us. So in other words, not just about earthquakes are bad, but also about how we are also, because of earthquakes, particularly the topography that we're proud of. The 3 institutions that I think are very important is the scientific institutions, which more or less all of us are associated with, trying to understand the hazard. And then we have engineers, which should be sitting together with scientists, which is not happening. So I'll be trying to say why it is very important that science and engineers should sit together if we really want to concentrate on understanding the hazards, to not making the transition of hazards into disasters, and that is what's very important. And second facet of that is administration. So how administration can get involved, and so that we can help them to build resilient societies. And then I will end with the public, so how we can also connect with public. So these 3 institutions, I'll be stressing on that. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Dr. Matt Westerby. I've come from University of Plymouth in the UK. It's my first time in India, first time in Uttarakhand, so I'm delighted to be here, and thank you to the Wadia Institute and WCDM for inviting me to be here. By background, I'm a geographer, a physical geographer, and I have specialisms in geomorphology, glaciology, natural hazards, including outburst floods. And for the last couple of years, I've been working closely with the Wadia Institute and other colleagues internationally to better understand the Chamoli event in February 2021, including the event itself, but what I'll talk about later on this afternoon is how mountain landscapes, with Chamoli as an example, respond in the years and decades after such an extreme flood. And they do some unusual things, and this is relevant for disaster managers when we're considering a longer term perspective. And yeah, stick around, and hopefully I will get to explain some of that this afternoon. So thank you very much.
We have two more speakers, and the speakers will be online. So I shall read out their messages, please. There is Dr. Tom Burkitt, and he is right now in Saudi Arabia, and he has been the team leader of disaster risk assessment of Uttarakhand a few years back. So his message is a decision-driven meeting is required that provides practical and actionable insights to ensure that multi-hazard risk assessments done so far achieve the desired outcomes. We also have Professor Keys, and his message, he's from the Netherlands, and his message is currently there are many new developments for the use of global data for characterizing multi-hazard risk components and tools to analyze hazards, exposure and impacts in a fast manner. Challenges remain in the assessment of complex hazard interactions and compounding events, both for direct as well as indirect impact assessment. So I feel that these messages are very precious to us for disaster management. I now invite Professor Durgesh Pan to come and introduce the 6th WCDM. He is Director General, UCOST.
Well, good morning to you all. I'll be brief, and because it's a pre-conference event, the main event takes place. It starts on the 28th, 4 days from now. So this is going to be a mega event. So you all are welcome to the 6th WCDM that starts on 28th and goes on until 1st of December. Chief guest of the day, Shri Munna Singh Chauhan, who is a 5-time MLA, a public representative of this state, and a scientist by profession. He has worked as a scientist, so therefore there he is. And since he belongs to a place, Chakrata, which is also prone to landslides and Himalayan Hazards, so what an appropriate person he is to talk on these issues. We have the chairman of this WCDM, Dr. Ranjit Kumar Sinha. Since he is the chairman, there he is. And what better place, because this happens to be the pre-event conference, kind of a curtain raiser for the entire fraternity, global fraternity. Everyone around, every one of you almost represents in institutions. And last night I checked out, and there were representations from more than 51 countries already coming over to Dehradun. They will be. So this is going to be something big, this is going to be something happening, and in the wake of Silkyara, this is what we are praying every time around, because all those friends, our fellow citizens, they are already trapped. So those 41 people, the moment they come out, this is going to be we will be celebrating this big note. So we will all pray for this. Dr. Talat Ahmed, and former Vice Chancellor of Kashmir University on the dais, and people from across all those experts. I can see all of you. Namaskar to all of you in Devbhoomi. And because it's about WCDM, as you know, it's going going to be the 6th one, and going to be organized by Government of Uttarakhand. And why it was picked up? Because Himalayan, this entire ecosystem, this needs resilience, it needs preparedness that we have seen already. That is why it is so very important. And we have since experts from across, and now we can see that virtually. You know, we have experts from across, from Australia, from Netherlands, from all across, and everybody is working, starting from top experts, top notches, to all those last night somebody, and as a technician helping in finally the kind of which was there, this concrete, cutting that part. So everybody's collaboration is important. Now it has been established beyond doubt that disasters can occur anywhere, anytime around, and for that we need resilience, we need preparedness, and for that we need collaboration, which is why this World Congress is so very important, which is going to take place now, and also climate action in these times and era. And before it really gets into climate disaster, we need to have very, very, very concrete answer for that. So this pre-conference kind of a curtain raiser is going to set the agenda for this upcoming event. Thank you so very much. Welcome you once again. Thank you.
With the introduction of our chief guest, I now request our director, sir, to please welcome our chief guest. I now invite our director, Dr. Kala Chand Sen, to please give the welcome address.
A very good morning. Today's chief guest, Sri Munna Singh Chauhan ji, guest of honor Ranjit Sinha ji, distinguished guest Professor Talat Ahmed ji, Professor Harsh Gupta, and many distinguished speakers. They have introduced themselves, their area of research on disasters and mitigation. I see a huge luminaries sitting into the hall, students, researchers, faculty members, stakeholders, and participation from different organizations, institutes, universities. A warm welcome to the pre-Congress event at Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology on a very important topic, Himalayan Hazards and Way Forward. As Professor Durgesh Panji and Dr. Ray have given a brief account about the World Congress on Disaster Management being hosted by the Uttarakhand State Government, Uttarakhand State Disaster Management Authority, Uttarakhand State Council of Science and Technology, Disaster Management Initiative, and Hyderabad, the DMIX. Under the framework of the Himalayan Hazards and Plausible Mitigation, Wadia is organizing this particular event as a part of the World Disaster Congress, where more than 100 countries are participating, deliberating on different issues what we today facing into the Himalayan states. This year has been the worst year. In the beginning, we have experienced disaster landsliding, everybody knows in Joshimath. Then July, August, excessive rainfall leading to landslides in Himachal Pradesh and parts of Uttarakhand. And then October, November, we have experienced earthquakes into the western Himalaya, close to eastern part of Uttarakhand state. And very recently, all of you know what we are going through into the Uttarakasi. So as a responsible citizen, not only for our country, but for the entire globe, how will we be able to make a disaster resilient, a climate adaptable future for the secured living into the Himalayan state? As Professor Harsh Gupta rightly pointed out, we cannot live because of the disasters, but we have to learn, we have to build how we'll be able to fight against these disasters. All of you know that Himalaya has been evolved by the collision tectonics. Lot of subsurface processes are going on, whether it is related to convergence, tectonics, neotectonics, exhumation. Lot of surface processes are going on, erosion, weathering, and all these have made the Himalaya, several parts of the Himalaya fragile and vulnerable for disasters. Besides that, the fragility of the Himalaya has been aggravated by the climate-induced impact, anthropogenic activities, environmental degradation, and change into the geomorphology and landscape. So I am sure that from the deliberation by the experts around the world and from within our country, we will be able to provide some sort of measures that will help us to meet the goal of the World Congress, that how we will be able to strengthen the climate action and disaster resilience in the directions. At Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, in the pre-Congress event, we are focusing mainly on the landslides and the sustainable development, number one. Number two, earthquake risk and the advanced studies developed throughout the world. Third, that Himalayan fluvial extremes and possible mitigation, and very, very important aspects on Himalayan glacial dynamics, related hazards and possible mitigations. So I'm sure that during the entire day deliberation by the experts, deliberation from the posters, we will be able to provide or generate some sort of strategy, and in the form of Dehradun Declaration, we will be able to build that particular initiative and that particular declaration that will really help not only all the Himalayan states, but for the entire globe to comprehend several processes related to climate change, related to processes geologically, geomorphologically taking place, related to anthropogenic activities, related to environmental degradation, and all sort of things will lead the goal of envisaging how we'll be able to strengthen the climate action and disaster resilience. Thank you, and wish all of you a very comfortable stay, as well as you reach or you just get from the deliberations rich fruit, so that in your day-to-day research, day-to-day some sort of policy decision, some sort of development of activities with related to early warning, with related to disaster mitigation, risk reduction, will be able to provide some sort of need of the hour what we are facing today extremely in that directions. I congratulate World Congress Disaster Management that being held into the Uttarakhand state, and Uttarakhand state government is very, very rightly, they have chosen at right time, right topic, and we are deliberating upon that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our distinguished guest, Professor Talat Ahmed, sir, He is our chairman, governing body of Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, to please give his address.
Thank you very much, Professor Chauhan Sahab, Professor Gupta, my ex-director V.C. Thakur Sahab, Arora Sahab, all my colleagues and distinguished guests and speakers. This is a great occasion to be here and to start this pre-conference meeting here, and I can see from the speakers, the list of the speakers, very, very important topics are being discussed and which will be definitely going to reflect on our Dehradun contributions and Dehradun declaration for the disaster management. We know that Himalayas in particular, but in other parts of the country also, there are always possibilities of disaster that we cannot stop, but we can mitigate and do the resilience so that the people in general can be saved as much as possible. Okay, and for that, I am very much looking forward for this pre-conference as well as the main conference, the actions that can be taken to reduce the problem that we are going to face or we are already facing. Even today, I was seeing in the news about this Uttarakhand tunnel problem. Still it is going on, but I hope that it will be sorted out. So I am very sure that the talks given by the experts will be also learned by the youngsters of this region, and particularly the research scholars and young scientists of the Wadia Institute, to take this message and also do whatever we can do as a geologist, as an earth scientist, to reduce the effect of all these disasters, be it glacial or geological or structural. We know that the Himalayas have formed because of subduction of the Indian lithosphere and then back thrusting of different big units, along which wherever there are rocks which are fragile, we may face, and we are already facing the disaster and rockfall and landslide and all these disasters. So I'm very sure this deliberation is going to be very useful. I welcome you from the core of my heart as the chairman of the governing body to Wadia Institute, and we look forward for a very positive deliberation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request our guest of honor, Dr. Ranjit Sinha, sir, Secretary, Disaster Management, to please come and address the audience.
Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Munna Singh Chauhan ji, Director, Wadia Institute, Chairman, Board of the Wadia Institute, and all guests and speaker and listeners. When I was doing my medicine in Mumbai, what had mesmerized me is how beautiful machine this human being, the nature has created. Over a period, through trial and error, over billions of years. And likewise, we need to kind of create some sort of mechanism whereby the impact of disaster human being gets less and less affected by the impact. We have seen the evolution of Earth. Earth is facing a lot of changes in last few decades. and it is responding. When Sri P.K. Das ji was speaking about resilient housing, I was just thinking, why we promote pakka housing? Why do we look down kacha and mud houses? Can people having kacha and mud houses get more incentive so that get less and less affected by earthquake and other? I don't know. Just a thought. When I was born, we had kacha house in our village, and the year I was born, the whole kacha house was demolished and pakka house was constructed. So I was considered lucky in my house, because in the year I was born, everything got changed. So this, though we are all jointly organizing this WCDM, but thank you, Director Sahab, for inviting me on this pre-event conference. When we think about Himalaya, it's a new mountain, as we all know. But when we think about hazards or disaster, two words come to my mind: sustainability and resilience. And still I get confused how, in every sense we use these two words. When I was the Secretary Planning Department, sustainability was the word we used every now and then. I asked my staff and my team, what do you mean by sustainability? How do we achieve it? But nobody knew. Nobody knows how do we achieve sustainability. What is the mechanism? What should be the mechanism? When Watson and Crick discovered this double helix model of DNA, somebody asked them, why did you think this model should be the ideal model for nature to have the DNA? And the answer was, because it is the simplest model we can think of. So keeping everything simple, integration, which is very important, because we know this body, this beautiful machine the nature has created, it has compartments, it has different systems. But what I learned is how these different compartments integrate and collaborate with each other. This collaboration and integration is so important, and that is why this WCDM, because to collaborate, to share knowledge, so that we can have the desired solution for Himalaya and for any society, because not all society can have the same solution. It requires changes, it requires different sort of mechanism for their protection. So sharing knowledge and getting that knowledge for particular society to work is very important. When we collaborate, when we discuss, brainstorm on any topic, it is not that the thinker and scientist like you will give us ready-made solution. But what you give us is some idea to ponder upon, some idea to take it forward, some thread to brainstorm. So that is what we hoping for this WCDM to achieve. They will give us something to think about. They will give us something to take it forward for Himalaya, to work in the society of Himalaya. How do we protect Himalaya? What should be done? When I think what should be done, there are many things. We need legal framework. We need some legal framework, like Chairman Board of Wadia Director was talking about Silkyara, this Uttarakhand event. The second day I visited there, I discussed everything about with NSDCIL team and our team and district administration. There are issues which should be taken care of before venturing into any tunnel making or and when I talk about legal framework, we need to know what kind of legal framework, and to have that kind of legal framework, which is, optimal for that society, that organization, that administration, to have is kind of, it's not possible unless we know things. Technical knowledge, knowing is important. And how do we know about Earth and Himalaya? That is very important. In the past, or if you go back, few decades back, we had very few knowledge about Himalaya or Earth. Now we can have more knowledge. We have knowledge, and we have means and ways and means to have that knowledge, because knowing is so important. Unless we know it, we can't have a legal framework. Unless we have legal framework, it is very difficult to enforce norms and things in Himalaya or any society. And when I faced this year, and in the 2022 and 23 was very challenging for us. We had Joshimath. We have many other situations like Joshimath we are facing. We have Silkyara now. So when I see things, I feel we must have more stringent legal norms and social norms and notions. It is so important. Now things are changing a little bit. People gives more emphasis on some traditional housing system, some traditional things, which is very, 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 very important. So when I got many investigations done in Joshimath, I thought it is very important to know how our Earth and how our Himalaya behaves. And unless we know the behavior of Himalaya slopes, we can't have any mechanism or anything, any solution for the protection of slopes and Himalayas. And unless we know what is happening inside and what is there inside, and how can we protect it, then only we can have social norms, legal norms. And when we have legal norms and social change in social norms and notions, then it becomes easy for us, for administration. And I thank you everyone in participating in this pre-event, and hopefully you will also participate in our main event, WCDM. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद सर। अब मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ हमारे आज के मुख्य अतिथि श्री मुन्ना सिंह चौहान जी की वह इस अवसर पर अपने विचार व्यक्त करें।
Good morning, everyone. On the dais, Dr. Talat, my dear friend, Secretary, Department of Disaster Management, Government of Uttarakhand, Dr. Sinha, Director of the Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, Dr. Sen, all the distinguished scientists. First of all, as a political leader, I welcome you all to this capital of the Uttarakhand state, Dehradun. We call it a Devdhumi, abode of God. So, you all are welcome to this land. Very interesting, and I feel deeply humbled to be the part of this pre-Congress meet. When Professor Durgesh Pant dropped an invitation with me to come and join here, I was a little lost to think what could be my, the huge of being in such a place. After hearing briefly the brief comments from the experts from all over the world, the concerns are common. Disaster management globally, I mean, if we refer back to Sendai Declaration 2015, so it's 8 years on now. And in 2013, United Nations again did a political declaration on the disaster management. If we interlink them, it is basically these two declarations or our approach to the disaster management which ultimately leads us to sustainable development. Development that is not sustainable is no development. Dr. Das probably? Okay. I was hearing him. He mentioned how the construction technology, because when we talk of the disaster mitigation, when we talk of the risk reduction, when we talk of the resilience of, disaster management, resilience in disaster management, the first vulnerable are the poor, the women, the children, the elderly people. And the first structure, first infrastructure that get the feel the impact are the buildings, the residences, the houses. So for a long time, I've done around 4 decades in, I'll make mention to the political thing because, as Secretary Department of Disaster Management rightly said, as a part of a policymaker, as a part of the political government, anywhere in the world, the scientific strategies, the economic securities, removing the inequalities, marking the hazardous zones, these are very closely linked subjects. The Himalayan area where we are sitting right now is a most active geological area, which is geologically active but is structurally unstable. So while walking up to this podium and getting down from my car and walking with Professor Durgesh, to the comment that Professor Durgesh made, we must learn to live with the disaster. That's a very important statement. We can't vacate the area, we cannot run away. How to do it? To develop an understanding, as Dr. Sinai said, how the Himalaya behaves. What is the geology, what is the hydrology, how is the climate change taking place. The most important resource in disaster mitigation is a local community, which most of the time get a miss in the entire set of, deliberations. The indigenous people are the most important one. The knowledge of the indigenous people, how to live with it, is the most important knowledge. But unfortunately, we do not care to codify it. It's an unwritten kind of a knowledge. But even if you today, not only this part of the Himalaya, the Uttarakhand where we are living, any part of the Himalaya or any part of the world, the kind of understanding the local people, the natives have about nature, most of the universities and most of the researchers miss it. I may not be right, but this is a very practical experience which we come across day in and day out. So Dehradun declaration, as you are going to have it in a days to come, very lucky that you are going to organize such a huge congress in Dehradun. How to empower the local community? How to share our knowledge, our geological knowledge, as you said, Mr. Das. But at the same time, we have personally felt it that normally when we talk about the resilient housing, when we talk about the safe shelters, we try to ignore the cost aspect of the building material. The construction material, the construction technology, the earthquake resistant house, which is not cost effective, which is beyond the reach of the poor, is good for nothing. Why am I making such a serious comment? Because the knowledge do exist, you have a plan on the papers, but poor people can't afford it. As a result, they won't implement it. Or the government will fail to implement it. So the onus lies with the researchers, onus lies with the engineers, onus lies with the government, onus lies with this kind of a congregation to devise, construction technologies which is well within the reach of a common man, so that he is not discouraged, rather encouraged to use it and adopt it immediately. Anything in this world is repairable, but loss of human life is not repairable. Life once lost is lost forever. That's not repairable. That's irreversible. That cannot be retrieved. So how to ensure, I do not know, someone, probably Dr. Sinha, had made a comment that he will go about in different areas in the Himalayan higher reaches. See, what a dichotomy. On one hand, Himalaya is rising, as you geologists say. On one hand, the geology says Himalaya is a result of a tectonic activity, Indian plates pushing the Eurasian plates, and Himalaya is rising. On the other hand, every rainy season, every winter rains, every monsoon rain bring down the heights in the form of a landslide. So this is a very dynamic process. The Himalayan activities cannot be looked at in isolation. This is a very dynamic process. And our ancestors have learned to live with it. I come from a remote village in the mountain. My own house is about 114-year-old. It has seen many shades of earthquakes. But not a single stone or a brick has fallen out. But it's not a very modern house. It's a very traditional kind of a house. Clamped with the wooden clamps, roof, not that cement concrete, wooden planks, then stone slates. Even there is a huge vibration, the slates might slide, certain things may, shake, but it won't collapse. Anything may happen, but there is not going to be a loss of human life. But in the name of a modernization, if you'll go to my village, you'll say, oh, what undeveloped people. No. But I'm proud of the indigenous knowledge of the people who created the structures. Professor Durgesh, you might be knowing that Banal Koti Banal. Koti Banal. I would request the foreign dignitaries also to visit that village. Koti Banal. Some 200, 300, 400 years old house.
All intact.
All intact. It witnessed the devastating earthquake of Uttarakhand. And this old structure is in the same district. It remained unaffected. What do we say? The people, those who created that structure, they are fools. They didn't have a knowledge of engineering. They are not. They are knowledgeable people. They might not have written a modern engineering books. They might not have studied engineering colleges. But they had learned the behavior of the nature and the Himalayas by experience and the knowledge that passed on to them from generation to generation. So, especially in an institution like Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, and especially, such a huge, prominent gathering from all over the world, this is high time. When we need to rise above. Why did the need come about that there should be a Millennium Sustainable Development Goals? Why not only development goals? Because the kind of development agenda that we have been pursuing for hundreds of years, that proved to be counterproductive, that proved to be disastrous. Our ancestors knew how to protect the forest wealth. Means what? They were aware of the carbon footprint. They were aware of the carbon credit system. Most of the houses in the hill areas were constructed with the material extracted from the forest. Most of the construction material were extracted from the forest. But that does not mean that they ruthlessly used to cut the forest. No. They knew how to maintain that cycle. They'll do a thinning operation in the forest, remove the excess, densing this thing, maintain the forest, improve the health of the tree, at the same time extract the, the fallen or the, old timber. Likewise, I have seen for myself. Professor Durgesh Panji probably exaggerated my background. I'm no scientist. Yes, I'm a student of science. And I've done good 35 years in, politics.
But by understanding.
No, that way I did. I worked with the DRDO for 4 years. Defense Research and Development Organization. So, see, if you will talk to the local people, wherever I go, different part of the country, the kind of understanding people have about. So, anyway, today probably is not a time to, go into much details. I'm sorry. I've really exceeded my, brief rather. I've exceeded my time limit. But I think this should be one of the very important aspect how to, because Dr. Sinha, as a secretary, as an administrator, as a bureaucrat, emphatically said that there should be a legal framework. What does it mean by a legal framework? Legal framework means even the technical recommendation, the scientific recommendation that emerges from the Dehradun Declaration in the coming days when this full Congress meets, that should address these fundamentals also. How to devise ways and means to incorporate the indigenous knowledge, people living in the geographically fragile areas, sensitive areas, landslide prone areas, flood prone areas, avalanche prone, near to avalanche prone areas, highlanders. See, what is the problem with the people living in the higher reaches? This is not just about Uttarakhand or the India or this part of the Himalaya. I have been reading one, paper, one document about, American city. So one researcher has very decently, in a very simple language said, the irony is, resources flows down from top to bottom to the down plains, but the benefit does not go back to the top. Benefits flows down. Rivers come coming from the Himalayas, especially this part of this. And the whole down plains prosper, but nothing goes back. Then we say, अच्छा, घर यहाँ कितने का बनेगा? 1,30,000 का, वहाँ भी 1,30,000 दे दो. हमारे यहाँ एक कहावत है, I'll explain it in English also. हमारे यहाँ एक कहावत है, सारा धान 9 पनसेरी. सबको एक गज से हम नापने लगते हैं. We try to generalize. We try to equate the situation everywhere. Apple cannot be compared with orange. Apple cannot be compared with orange. Orange cannot be compared with apple. So, there is a need, dire need rather, to focus on area-specific approach. Area-specific approach. And area-specific approach means understanding that area. We go for Dr. Sinha is a medical doctor. In his profession, he must have done that, what do you call, surgery, dissection, and that X-ray and all that. So CT scan and the higher stage of that now spiral scan and all that. So we need not generalize. The problem is, what is the problem in Himalaya? Disaster strikes. The response time is very high because the terrain is very difficult. Terrain is very difficult. Response time is very high. especially in this part of, we are very apt in addressing the things post-disaster. We are very apt in addressing things post-disaster, but we do little in our preparedness in pre-disaster preparedness. Pre-disaster arrangements are too meager. So I think these are the certain boundaries. As a layman, I try to throw a spanner in the ring. It's like throwing a spanner in the ring. Throwing a stone in the stale pond. Let the ripples be there. I wish this ripples will finally settle down and Dehradun Declaration will come out as a very prominent and promising and ambitious declaration for the world community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was very enlightening, and to hear you, it was really nice. I would now like to deliver the vote of thanks. Sir, are you in a hurry? Are you in a hurry, sir?
Yeah, if you could finish it.
Yes, sir. We are finishing. So we are gathered here very appropriately today at the right time and the right day and the right place. Dehradun and Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand has faced a lot of hazards. We have started with a hazard this year, and we are now ending the year with another. So I'm very hopeful that all our workers stuck in the tunnel will be out very soon. But what it showed this year is that though these mountain states are facing hazards, but actually India is equipped to face hazards because we have the expertise, we have our scientists. Only thing that probably is lacking is like a bridge between how the scientists can deliver on the ground, and that is why we have organized this whole WCDM to bring all the stakeholders, all the scientists, all the experts together to understand how we can deliver, bring everything on the ground. So without going into too much details, I also feel that our decision makers are now understanding how to involve geology in any kind of activities. So I thank with all my heart our chief guest, Sri Munna Singh Chauhan sir. We have heard so much about you. And it is actually important because you are from Chakrata, and we have to now start planning our mountain towns and our mountain villages. And we have to plan them before they actually grow out of proportion, like a Mussoorie or any hill station. I sincerely thank our Secretary Disaster Management, Dr. Ranjit Kumar Sinha, who took out his valuable time to give his support to the WCDM. Sir, India will remember you because you used advanced technology, LiDAR, a new technology for the first time in disaster management. This is the first time, and this is where we need to go. We need to use technology now in solving our problems before the problems actually become problems. I thank our chairman, Sir Professor Talat Ahmed, for lending his support today, and to our institute always. I sincerely thank Dr. Ananda Babu, Sir, convener of the WCDM, and his team from DMIX for his constant encouragement and commendable work through the WCDM. I express my heartfelt thanks to Professor Durgesh Pan, who took the baton to organize the 6th WCDM in Uttarakhand. Thank you for all your encouragement and for allowing me to reach out to you any time of the day, 6 a.m. in the morning, 12 at night. I thank our director, Dr. Kalasan Singh, for all his support, constant personal involvement in organizing this pre-Congress workshop. Thank you all our retired scientists who have constantly extended their support and knowledge even today, and thank you for staying back in Dehradun. Thank you to all our guests from several organizations, institutions, companies. We have representation from NTPC, all the way from JP Joshimath. Thank you, sir, for coming. We have our directors and principals from schools and colleges. Thank you, sir, for taking out the time to come. Director Sanjeev Batla, sir, is here today from St. George's College as well. And it is important for our children to know geology. I think geology as a subject should be introduced as an important subject like physics and math. it is the need of the hour, because we now need to go pre-mortem rather than post-mortem. So with all this, I last but least all my colleagues, staff from Wadia Institute, my entire team who took all the brunt, and I don't know what I have said to them. Please excuse me if I have been harsh. I have been named that I am little bossy, but I'm so sorry. I will make up for it later. With this, thank you very much. With this, we shall now rise for the national anthem. Thank you. Now we shall proceed for tea. Yes. In the central lawn, please.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for that.
वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार।
वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का
I'll start with Professor Harsh Gupta, and he is also the moderator for the entire 2 sessions. And first he will deliver his own talk, the Himalayan earthquake belt, seismic gaps and related issues. Sir, please.
A very good morning. Am I also audible? So I have chosen to talk on a topic which is very close to me, and I'm so happy that we have a very distinguished gathering here. And I hope this talk would make a good beginning. So in spite of all the developments that we have made in the world over the last several decades, the fact remains that in the first 22 years of the 21st century, we have lost more human lives in earthquakes and resultant tsunamis than the entire 21st century, entire 20th century. So this means that somehow the fruits of the work of scientists, technologists, administration are not reaching where they should reach. And this situation definitely needs to be changed. Now, I must share 1 or 2 minutes to talk about earthquakes. Earthquakes magnitude scale is a little difficult to visualize, because what happens with every increase of 1 magnitude, the energy released 31 times more. A magnitude 6 earthquake releases energy like Hiroshima kind of a bomb. When we go to 7, that means we are talking of 31 Hiroshima kind of bomb, and it keeps on multiplying. When we are talking of a magnitude 9 earthquake, we are talking of 40,000 Hiroshima kind of bombs. And on 26 December 2004, Sumatra earthquake was like that. 11th of March 2011, Japan earthquake was of magnitude 9. This is also important to see that what is the annual frequency of occurring of these earthquakes. So fortunately, the great earthquakes are very few, only about 1 in a year. But as the magnitude decreases, the number increases. Normally, earthquakes of magnitude 6 tend to be destructive in the nearby areas, and then later on, if you go to very small earthquakes, there is a small earthquake occurring almost every day. So Himalayan mountain range is a very long chain, almost 2,500 kilometers in length, and it is seismically one of the most active regions in the world. The largest continental earthquake of magnitude 8.7 occurred on 15th August 1950. No earthquake recorded has exceeded in the continent a magnitude of 8.7. So this is the earthquake belt that we are talking of, and here we had a phase of very high seismic activity, which started with the 1897 Shillong earthquake, magnitude 8.7, then 1905 Kangra earthquake, 1934 Bihar Nepal earthquake, and 1950 Assam earthquake. So these 4 earthquakes of magnitude around 8 or larger occurred within a span of 53 years. This is very unique. Nowhere else in the world in such a small span such earthquakes have occurred, and that gave a rise to a long concept that maybe next earthquake is just over or should occur very soon. The only earthquakes exceeding magnitude 7 that have occurred in the recent past are the 1988 Assam earthquake, magnitude 7.3, then we had 2005 Muzaffarabad earthquake, and then we had the 2015 Nepal earthquake. Now it is very important to see that when we come to Himalaya, between 1897 to 1952, we had 14 7.5 and larger earthquakes, And as the magnitude size decreased, the number kept on increasing. However, from 1953 to 22 till last year, these numbers are comparable, but there is a real deficiency of magnitude 7.5 earthquake in the entire region. So this is something which is very noticeable. And there was a concept of plate tectonics which gave rise to the concept of seismic gaps. And seismic gaps are defined by Feathertop and Lix as the energy for large earthquakes and great earthquakes along plate boundaries is accumulated by plate motion from low to maximum levels. This process takes decades to centuries to load a plate boundary. Great earthquakes are more likely in loaded segments called the seismic gaps than the segments where they have not occurred. Somehow, on this basis, there is a paper by Khatri which said that there are three gaps. The Kashmir gap, which is west of 1905, the central gap between 1905 and 1934 Bihar Nepal earthquake, and the Assam gap between 1897 and 1950. However, what has happened that actually Mackan had given an idea in 1979. He had identified on the entire circum-Pacific belt that which are the areas which are more prone to earthquakes on the basis of seismic gap approach. But a paper by Kagan and Jackson said that medium and low seismic over the 40 major earthquakes occurred, and they were none of them occurred in the so identified gaps by the previous worker. So this again negated the theory of gaps. Now when we come to, they concluded that increased potential hypothesis is not the right hypothesis. The places where the earthquakes have already occurred sometimes are more vulnerable for earthquakes to follow. In a nutshell, what I want to drive that we don't have adequate data for long enough time in the Himalayan region to work out the exact repeat time of the earthquakes if it is there was one. So in the recent past, what has happened that lot of paleo-seismological work has been done. This diagram is prepared by Perumal. Is he here somewhere? Anyway, I want to thank him. He works in the Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology. So what he did, he put together all the paleo-seismological data of the entire Himalayan region and came up with this map. I'm not going to go into the detail of the map, but what we did that we looked at this all the data which was available, and we started from the northeast region, and there we found that Sukhija was one of the first to do dating of sediments from the 1819 earthquake, and then by carbon dating he came out earthquakes which were 600 AD, 100 to 1050 AD, 6 to 50 AD, and then he inferred a return period of 400 to 600 years. Some other work said that as far as the Assam earthquake is concerned, the return period was estimated to be very large, and they said this is about 1800 years. When we move westward, in western Bhutan, there is data available for almost 2600 years, and there is a very detailed paper, and in this paper they looked at the surface rupturing earthquakes, and they came up with an idea that the repeat time for that period is about 500 years, 485 plus 1 minus 25 years. So 550 was turned out to be the normal recurrence time. And similarly, in Sikkim, Nepal area, we had 1255, 913, 44, 1408 earthquakes. And Bollinger and Perumal, they all did a lot of work, and they came up with a recurrence time of 475 years. And finally, in the Kashmir region also, a similar result was found. So what was found, that for the entire Himalayan belt from northeast to northwest, if you take, I've taken some samples, the about return period for a 7.5 earthquake is about 500 years. On that basis, since in Kashmir region the last such earthquake occurred in 1555, it appears to be more vulnerable. But we very strongly believe that there is no way you can believe on these kind of things and make any kind of estimate that when an earthquake would occur. And as I said in the morning, that even if it is told that a magnitude 8 earthquake will occur in the vicinity of Dehradun at 12 noon on the next Sunday, can everyone leave Dehradun? So the answer is that we learn to live with earthquakes. So one approach to this is to create earthquake scenarios. What are earthquake scenarios? In these earthquake scenarios, we look at some of the earlier earthquakes, and then we try to develop that what would happen if that earthquake repeats today. So for that, we took up two earthquakes, the 1905 Kangra earthquake, which is very relevant for this region, and the 1897 Shillong earthquake. And the approach was that we created the isoseismals for a magnitude 8 earthquake at Mandi, which is very close to the Kangra earthquake epicenter. And these are the isoseismals for that earthquake. And on these isoseismals, as I told, if you put the typology of the houses, you get to know how many houses will get destroyed. And then if you put the population density on the top of it, you get to know what number of people would get killed. And the result was that in the four states in which this exercise was conducted were Himachal Pradesh, Haryana, Punjab, Union Territory of Chandigarh. We did not do it for Uttarakhand. I think we should have included that, but the load was too much. Because we were talking to the state governments of the four states, the state chief ministers, governors, and all of them were very positive. And if this earthquake occurred in the middle of the night, the death toll in Himachal Pradesh, the Haryana, the total comes to almost 1 million people. I was amazed at this result, and I was very worried. At the same time, I was invited for a Wilton Park conference in London. Wilton Park conferences are the conferences where they call 15 or 20 people to discuss our issue. It's a 5-day long conference, and you totally spend time on that. So that time the conference was on natural hazards, and I was talking about the tsunamis. There was a professor who talked about natural hazards globally, and the entire Himalayan region was red. These are the regions where up to 1 million lives could be lost if a natural hazard occurred. Also take up the case of the 2005 Muzaffarabad earthquake, which was of magnitude only 7.6. From 7.6 to 8, you are talking of at least 10 times more. This earthquake occurred in the morning at about 9:15 when everyone was outside. And it claimed 87,000 human lives. So imagine if a 7.6 you increase the energy by 10 times and you bring it into the middle of the night, the number of 1 million does not look to be too far. So what do we do? So we started this earthquake resilience program, which was focusing on these 4 states which I mentioned. And the idea was to provide a common understanding of consequences of a large earthquake scenario in the Himalayan region, and facilitated mainstreaming earthquake risk management and state governments, and undertake awareness campaign and mock drill. So this was a year-long program in which the state disaster response forces, the state disaster management authority, the national disaster response force, the national disaster management authority, the state governments, and everyone worked together to learn how to behave during earthquakes, what to drill. There were several lessons told. I'll give you a very simple example. Schools were our target, because schools are the places where if the children are taught how to live in an earthquake-safe, resilient society, how to develop it, it gets ingrained in them, and then they develop to be a more responsible citizen of the country. We tell a very simple thing, that you must move to a safe place when you get the first jerks of an earthquake. So you cannot start thinking when you are in an earthquake area, but if you pre-think it, because all of us are either in office or school or wherever we are working, or we are at home or at our entertainment place or shopping mall, etc., etc. So if we have thought about it in advance, that which are the safe places in all the places where we normally spend our time, when the earthquake rattling starts, we know what to do, how to move. Now, this is extremely important to create earthquake resilient schools, because what has happened, Sichuan earthquake claimed 20,000 human lives. Muzaffarabad earthquake, 16,000 human lives. Bhuj earthquake, 900 children were gone. So schools become very important because very often schools also become the shelter for people whose houses are broken. So that should be our focus. Then lifeline buildings are very important. If your hospitals are destroyed, if your fire stations are destroyed, then how would you take care of everything? So it becomes very important that we ensure that our lifeline buildings are capable of withstanding the anticipated accelerations. And there are ways and means of doing it. There is a rapid visual screening scheme where a knowledgeable person, if you have all the details, technical details of a building, can estimate that what kind of resilience that building has. As a matter of fact, under the Global Seismic Hazard Assessment Program, globally it is known what are the anticipated largest acceleration at the basement. Only thing that we need to do is to convert that basement acceleration to the surface, because that work was beyond us to do it. At that time we were about 500 people who worked from 1992 to 1999 to come up with the global seismic hazard map. So at any place you can see what is there happening there, then you put the geology on the top of it and then you can get the results. So this becomes very important. And then of course we had this abhiyan, public awareness campaign, and we caught hold of people like Kapil Dev who were very happy and they went with us in the processions and all that, making people aware of it. And finally there was a mega mock drill on 13th of February 2013 where this virtual earthquake occurred at 11 o'clock. And then there were observation points in all these 4 states. At hundreds of places there were observers who went and observed that how did the people behave. And this was extremely important. I'm just showing you some scenes of that. Shimla, Mohali. And finally we took a debriefing and we saw that how people have behaved, whether the preparedness was there. There were exercises in the schools, there were exercises in the hospitals, NDRF team, did it move properly or not, fire station, did they do the work properly or not. And there was a huge coverage. Mega mock drill exposes chinks in the disaster management plan. And I said that that is the best thing that could have happened to us, because no matter how much I pay for an advertisement to a newspaper, they will never publish it. And this is obvious and we should take cognizance of it. So what is important, that we should do similar exercises repeatedly. After the success of this mega mock drill for these 4 western states, we took up a similar exercise for the repeat of 1897 Shillong earthquake, and there we had involved all the 8 northeast states and the results were equally good. So I think this is something which we need to do. I must compliment Uttarakhand government, because this is the only state which has set up an earthquake early warning system. This is done in Uttarakhand with the help of the Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, and this is the concept that how it works. And basically what we are trying, that earthquake occurs. The destruction is by the surface waves which travel much slower than the body waves. So either you can locate earthquake by putting a network of stations locally, and then advise. So for example, an earthquake is occurring at a 200 kilometer distance from Dehradun. So if it is, you can locate the earthquake and its magnitude within the first 5 to 7 seconds. Then you have got a lead time of 30-40 seconds, which tells you that the waves are going to come to you to destroy you. So you do the needful do that. And this is an example. There was an earthquake on 12th of November 2022 in Nepal. It was only of magnitude 5.3. But this is the kind of alarm which was available for the Uttarakhand, and this is very important, and we must multiply this for the entire Himalayan region. Other thing that we have done, that the aftershocks of earthquakes are sometimes very destroying, because an earthquake has already made the structures weak, and after that you are doing the repair work or whatever, and then aftershocks continue. Typically aftershocks of magnitude 5 are locally destructive. So we have worked for the number of earthquakes in Himalaya, and we have an empirical relation which tells you, depending upon the magnitude, that how long magnitude 5 earthquakes aftershocks would occur. So this is very helpful. And recently we did it for the 6th February Turkey earthquake. The Turkey earthquake had occurred. It had killed more than 50,000 people in and around that area, and magnitude 5 aftershocks were continuing. So on the basis of the data from the first 44 days of this earthquake, we had estimated that magnitude 5 earthquakes will continue for 250 days. So this was estimated, this was the basis of our data, this is a projected, what we had projected, and this was published into just a month after that earthquake. And then we did the exercise again, and after 250 days, and we found that the last earthquake was after 191 days. So this is the kind of exercise which is very helpful. This is again published recently. Now this is a slide on which I'd like to spend a few minutes. You see, there is a very famous book of Richter, Elementary Seismology. I think every seismologist has gone through that. He had talked, there is a chapter on large Indian earthquakes. And he has talked about 6 earthquakes, the 6 June 1889 in Kutch, Shillong, Kangra, Bihar, Nepal, Quetta and Assam. Quetta at that time was a part of India. So what I want to point out to you is this, that these are the magnitude of these earthquakes, and these are the human lives lost. And this is the India's population at that time. So human lives lost in the Kutch earthquake were 1500. We were only 200 million people at that time. Then on 26 January, we had Bhuj earthquake of magnitude 7.7. It killed 20,000 people, and the population had increased from 200 million to 1,000 million. So almost proportional increase or more than that because of all kind of activities. Then we had the Kangra earthquake, which claimed 20,000 lives. 250 million was the population. And then we had the Muzaffarabad earthquake close by, and the population is 1.15 million, 1150 million India, 170, and then lives increased from 20 to 87,000. The only exception is the Bihar Nepal earthquake, where 15,000 people were lost in 1934, and 15th April 2015 only 10,000. Population of Nepal then was 5 million only. India was 360 million. Now India is 1320, and Nepal is 27. But the lives lost is much fewer. Why? One reason is that they observe an earthquake day. 16th January every year is earthquake day. The slogan for the 16th January 23 was earthquake safe infrastructure, basis of safe life. So this is something which I am pleading with all the governments, and I also plead with the Uttarakhand government to properly observe 5th April. You can adopt Kangra earthquake as earthquake day, and there can be exercises in the school, and whatever you have taught to them, it can be repeated, and that will be extremely helpful. Let me give you some other examples. In Haiti, we had earthquake on 12th January 2010, magnitude 7 only. 316,000 lives lost. Somewhere in 1990s, I was sponsored by the Commonwealth Science Council to look at all the Caribbean islands and come up with some suggestions on the earthquake preparedness. And Haiti was a country where I had given a very strong report that there is no preparation at all. But as usual, the reports gets filed, so nothing happened. After they lost 316,000 lives, they woke up and they worked. At the same place on 14th August 2021, there was a magnitude 7.2 earthquake. So bigger than a 7 magnitude earthquake, and lives lost has reduced 100 times. So this is an example what can a resilience or preparedness can do to a country, to a city, and that's what it should happen to Uttarakhand. So my suggestions are annual earthquake day, addressing school students, looking after lifeline buildings, and scenarios and public preparedness. That becomes an extremely important thing. And the last slide is just a acknowledgement to all the people with whom I have worked all these years, and thanks to Kalachan Sen and Wadia Institute for this opportunity to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Always an excellent talk by sir, and very, very insightful. Thank you, sir. Sir will be the moderator. Sir, you will take over, or will I? Okay. So next we have with us Dr. Parmesh Banerjee. He is from Prayukti Geomatics, Singapore. So sir, please.
I'll give you a signal when 20 minutes are over.
One is from the tectonic activity, which leads to the earthquake and its associated hazards. I will give a brief perspective of that. And second important hazard is the global warming. So both these hazards are affecting Himalaya in a much more way than any place on the surface of the earth because of the two reasons. One is this part of the world is densely populated, and these are dependent on the Himalaya hydrologically, because all the agriculture is fed by the river coming from the Himalayan region, and the dense population is affected at the foothills and Gangetic plains if there is a big earthquake occurs in the Himalayan region. So for those who are not from this field, I wanted to emphasize that Himalayan is a very dynamic mountain belt. Okay, and that dynamism has a direct effect on the risk resulted from the hazards. So the Himalayan continent, as you know, is progressing towards northeast by a speed of around 4 centimeter per year, and out of this 4 centimeter, 2 centimeter is accumulated within the first 200 kilometer zone of the Himalayan region. So the result is, so this is from the direct measurement of the GPS. When I was in Wadia Institute, we set up the network and we measured it. So the result of that shortening in the first 200 kilometer is manifested by this slide. Okay, as Himalaya plate is going underneath, and overriding plate, which is Himalaya, basically a scrapped up material resulted from the Himalayan Indian crust, offers the resistance, and the frontal part, that resistance causes the deformation, because if the lower plate is pushing down continuously, there is an unstoppable force, and the upper part cannot accommodate, so it gets stuck because of friction, and then it deforms. Okay. And that deformation is measurable by GPS, and we have done it, and that has formed the basic of understanding of the earthquake process all over the world after the GPS technology came to the beginning. The first time we could directly measure the strain. Okay. So now this strain accumulation cannot go on indefinitely, right? Because the rock structure, which is deforming, like if you press a plastic scale and then press it and it deforms, and then after a certain time the strength of the plastic fails and it breaks. The same thing happens when the top part, the top rock, okay, it is also a plastic, like it is we call it viscoelastic material, but in short range it
behaves like a plastic within certain. Its elasticity fails and it breaks, and that breaking is earthquake. Now, earthquake is the result of an inevitable process which nobody can stop, right? Now, what we need to do is we need to understand how this earthquake happens, when it can come, and in which form. Now, the model is very simple. When this deformation occurs because of the ongoing Indian plate, the strain accumulates over hundreds of years. Now, before it breaks, now at what interval that will break, this is like earthquake cyclicity, what Professor Gupta was telling. From paleoseismic studies, it has been found in the Himalayan region, it varies from 500 to 700 years. This is for the big earthquake, not for the medium or small earthquake. So a large part of the chunk of the Earth's crust has to break through a big earthquake, 7.5 or 8 plus, and the cyclicity has been found to be 500 to 700 years or roughly so. But these are preliminary studies. What I will tell you that our studies, our generation of data is not sufficient. Now this is what, in brief, what we know so far, that the entire Himalayan region has to break. It has broken through big earthquake. Now, Kangra earthquake 1905 was quite recent in that scale. 1505 Bihar earthquake is already 500 years old. And then 1934 Assam Bihar earthquake, 1505 is the earthquake which occurred during Mughal period. This is known from paleoseismic and historical data. So the place from the covering almost half of Nepal, from Kathmandu up to Dehradun, this place has suffered the last big earthquake 500 or 600 years back. So if the cyclicity is 500 to 700 years, we are ripe for a big earthquake. That's why it is called a seismic gap. Now what has happened because of the plate motion? The frontal part of that has shortened by 2 centimeter per year. So in 500 years, it has shortened by 10 meter. So that 10 meter distance has decreased because of the strain, because of the deformation, and this has to be released by earthquake. Now, if the whole 10 meter is released, it depends on how much part of the earthquake occurs, we call the rupture zone. Its magnitude is decided by mainly these two factors. How much is this slip deficit and how much area will be ruptured. So 7.5, 8, 8.5 magnitude earthquake is expected in this part of the zone depending on the current understanding, right? Now, the one major difference between other disasters like global warming, flood, landslide, these are cyclicity is very high. So we remember it happened last month or last year or 10 years back. Last big earthquake occurred 500 years back. So all memory through generations are erased. So we are not prepared. Okay, we don't have that risk perception in our mind. So that is where the science comes into play and forces the people, government, policymakers to think that this is going to happen today or tomorrow and we need to prepare. Now, this was just a simple perspective of what is the threat perception regarding earthquake. Now, next important is the global warming. These are the two things which are affecting Himalayas. The global warming is a global phenomenon, as you know, and its main, again, the Himalayan region is most affected by that because of the two reasons. Because it is highly mountain region. Second is it is the second largest source of the ice. Now, when average temperature increases, the glacier melts, glacier retreats, it increases the flood, it disturbs the climate, the rain pattern, everything, and that has a huge effect, frequent effect on the mountain region. Now, global warming or sea level rise, which is the effect of global warming, is nothing new. Actually, this happens periodically. And the last sea level rise was something like 20,000 years back, when sea level was so high that entire Southeast Asia was actually a landmass. Okay? So this happens and it is increasing as a part of cycle, but the alarming thing is that during recent few decades, because of the human activity, that rate of increase of temperature has increased very much. It is accelerating. And so the glaciers are melting in the polar region, so are in Himalayan region. Now when that global warming linked to the ice melting leads to sea level rise, the most affected part in the world is the actually Indian coast and some part of the South and Southeast Asian coasts, because these are hugely populated. Even 5-meter rise in the sea level will inundate many of the cities. And we have actually started seeing the effect of that. You see, this was a telegraph pole near Bangkok a few years back. Now it is 1 kilometer out to the sea. Another example is Jakarta. The northern part of Jakarta city is subsiding, so the Indonesian government has decided to shift the entire capital, Jakarta, to Borneo. And they have started working on that. This is a real thing for them. In India, Calcutta, Kolkata, and the coastal cities will be affected, and these are imminent. These are in few decades. ICMOD in Nepal is an international organization, and they are doing excellent work on global warming, climate change. And their report recently says that our current target of global warming set is 1.5 degrees centigrade per year. Okay. Now, this is not achievable. Actually, it is going to 2 degrees or so. Now, even if it is 1.5 or 2, with the current trend, the 2/3 or 70% of the Himalayan ice will melt. Okay, it will vanish. It has already started. We know almost in daily or monthly basis the Himalayan glaciers are retreating, and it has increased the water flow, etc. Current rate as per ICMOD estimate is 0.5% glacial size decrease per year. Now, if you make a simple calculation, within 200 years, the whole glaciers will vanish. Now, the result is, first is the short-term effect, because the melting rate is increased, so all the Himalayan rivers water flow has increased, so it will increase the flooding and all types of things. And then when the source, the glaciers reservoir has started decreasing, then that water flow will start decreasing, so there will be an intermediate period when this flood etc. will reduce, and we may start thinking, okay, everything is normal. But this is prelude to the bigger disaster, when at the foothills in the Gangetic plain there will be no more water from the Himalayan river. So this is the feeding ground for nearly 2 billion people, and if the river Ganges system is devoid of any water, what will happen? Okay, this will be a real disaster, and this is in terms of few decades. Now, the difference from earthquake and global warming is that earthquake is inevitable. Whether human being as a species survives or not, it doesn't matter. Himalaya will keep on forming. We have to understand earthquake. We have to make the buildings coat properly so that we can survive earthquakes, or we can move to a safer place. But this one is a man-made disaster, and this effect is going to be catastrophic, much, much more than the earthquake. Now, so in brief, we have two major sources of hazard in Himalaya. One is the tectonic hazard, which is earthquake. Its effect is like a sudden death. One big earthquake comes, 80,000 people to 1 million people dies within few minutes. And second is global warming related disaster, which is slow but steady and sure. Okay? It is gradually going to finish. Earthquake will never eliminate the human species. Okay? But the global warming can do that. Whenever the food resources become scarce, there will be a social unrest, international unrest, the countries which has accumulated a huge amount of destructive power will unleash it to capture the resources. Basically, it has already started. Okay? And this has a much more apocalyptic scenario in future. So there's a lot of things to be done. I'm not going into the details. I'll just highlight one small thing which we should prioritize and do it, which is doable, and we should start immediately. That start understanding the process. Our understanding of the earthquake, of global warming for Himalayan region is very less. One of the least instrumented part of the world, which is a hotspot disaster recognized by United Nations and all other agencies. And the landslide, which is a recurring phenomena, is basically caused both by earthquake and floods, right? So landslide is caused by the slope, the rock type, and the trigger, right? If the slope crosses a critical angle and the rock type is fragile, right? There are certain rock type which falls. Some solid rock like granite does not fall. But metamorphosed granite, which is weakened by some processes like earthquake, it is very vulnerable because it is weak, right? So when this slope angle changes, and then it needs a trigger. The trigger could be a shaking by earthquake, or it can be rainfall. Okay, certain rainfall or extreme rainfall can cause this landslide. So this is an indirect effect of both earthquake and the landslide can be managed. It is more cumbersome process but it is doable. You can make a landslide hazard map. You can even make a early warning system for landslide in important places. It is manageable. We know the technology is there, what to do it. So the point is the earthquake in last 50 years has caused nearly 500,000 to 1 million people death and a loss of $1 trillion in economy. And these are mostly in India and China. China is the most earthquake, the most of the damage occurs, and they have taken a huge effort to improve the situation. Now in next 50 years, nearly 2 billion people in Asia, particularly in India, Bangladesh, Nepal, are at a risk, a dire risk of food problem. Now, okay. Now this loss of lives and loss of economy both are much more exaggerated or much more affecting the developing countries like India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Pakistan, and to some extent China. And surprisingly, or perhaps not surprisingly, these are the countries, including India, which are lagging hugely behind the preparation for the disaster, managing the disaster, because we don't have enough infrastructure to do that. We don't have concerted, planned effort to do that. And if you see another thing, the Asian cities, and read it, Indian cities, by 2050, the urban population will increase by 60% because of the huge migration from underdeveloped places to the big cities. And so the effect will be, the exposure will be. Now, this is one example linking the economy and the loss from disaster, right? Now, what I've done is we have taken the big earthquakes from all over the world, which cause a lot of human loss and monetary loss. So these are the magnitude of the earthquakes, which is measure of the energy it releases, and the number of deaths in different countries and economic loss. Right? Now, a big one is a 9.1 Tohoku earthquake, which caused 18,000 deaths and 210 billion loss. Sichuan earthquake is 80,000, 8-point magnitude, 30 times less, and 120 billion, etc. like that. Sumatra Andaman earthquake was 240,000 deaths, including a few thousand in India. Now, if you take this and then, now these are different magnitudes, so, and the population density is different, and the economy is different. Now if you rationalize it, assume that all these countries, all the affected area has the same population density. Okay, now I have rationalized it mathematically, and also rationalize all these to the same magnitude earthquake. Okay, because loss from 9.1 is definitely has to be better than, greater than loss from 8 magnitude earthquake. So if you rationalize this, make every loss same magnitude, same population density, then this is the death which will cause a 8-point magnitude earthquake in all these countries. This is the normalized death. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this death is directly proportional, inversely proportional to the GDP. Okay. The higher GDP, less is the loss. So that means what? That these countries are prepared. Okay. They have spent their resources to manage the mitigation. Now, one classic example is USA. There are some few thousand seismic stations all over the USA. Now, how many seismic stations we have all over the Himalaya? Okay, including Nepal, India, it will not cross more than 200, I believe. Okay. So, but Himalaya is much more disaster prone than the entire US. Another example, this China. From the geodetic and seismic study, they have identified each and every fault which is causing earthquake, and they have calculated the sleep deficit. Now, the sleep deficit I was talking about Himalaya is only a big picture. We only know the overall. Okay, they have done it for each fault with a dense geodetic GPS network and seismic network, and that gives them the idea of which area is more earthquake prone or vulnerable. The same thing can happen, the same effort can be done for the global warming also. Actually, that will be much easier. So the thing, problem what we are facing is the policymakers are not fed with the proper information from the scientific community. That is our fault. Slow absorption rate in many countries, not only in India, and poor monitoring infrastructure. Now, my point is poor monitoring or instrumentation, because we need to develop more data to understand the problem. Now, we know this problem. So far, I was discussing about the problem. We know the solution also. Okay, how to make the preparation for mitigation, how to make the building codes proper, how to make the hydrological models, dam, etc. But to make this effective, we need this knowledge where there is a gap. We need much more detailed information from the Himalayan system, both for seismic disaster and for flood disaster, landslide disaster. So the basic thing what we need is to make the instrumental approach, collect the data, put more instrument. Now this is the scientific theme, how these things work. I'll skip this thing. What are the things we need? And this is also shows that how the workflow goes in actual case when the data comes and how this should be integrated, finally coming to the hazard assessment. Now, this is the point what I want to say, that we have the earthquake, we have the cloud burst, intense rainfall from global warming. We need monitoring. We need a huge number of GPS permanent stations. We need a very good equal number of seismic stations and weather stations, meteorological stations, and also other monitoring. We'll come to that. And finally, this thing will give you a good early warning system also. So what exactly we need? The first thing is that the very basic thing is missing is a digital detailed topographical map, digital elevation map. Okay, Himalaya is all about topography, and we don't have a very good high resolution topographical map. Okay, every effort, scientific modeling or disaster management, everything you need a digital map or digital elevation model. Nowadays, the SRTM data, which is 30 centimeter resolution, is being used. Now, what example I am giving you, there is a rail line being planned from in Uttarakhand somewhere, and we did the airborne lidar survey along that. Now, before airborne lidar survey, the contractor created the model that they need 16 tunnels to lay out the rail line. Now, after the LiDAR survey-based DM came with a very high resolution, that 16 tunnel increased to 23 tunnels. So 50% increase in budget, 50% perhaps delay in implementation because we didn't have the proper data. Similarly, in other places, whenever disaster occurs, we react it. After that, we go collect the data, and we don't have preliminary knowledge. So we need airborne LiDAR data, which is used not only for infrastructure development, but for scientific analysis, for management part, for everywhere. There's multiple use, and that is the modern day base map for everything. Okay. Now, a country like Nepal, they have decided to cover entire Nepal with airborne LiDAR data. We completed 20,000 square kilometer for them recently. Yeah. Okay, so the second thing is the instrumental monitoring, the GNSS, seismic and other, and then the early warning system. So I will go to the last. Okay. So the last thing is, what I basically suggested is, when you want to do these things, you need to develop a dedicated observatory, which will lay out, say, 1,000 GNSS station, run it, seismic station, we carry out the LiDAR data, and this is not a job, it cannot be taken very lightly. This has to be done in a very dedicated way, and government has to focus on that. The data it generates goes to the research institute, feed them, and they come out with the end result. Now, this goes, if we cannot do that, at least we should do at least some of this thing on urgent basis, as an ad hoc basis. But it is better, we don't go for ad hoc basis, we take a systematic approach to manage these impending risks for at least India and the Himalayan part of the India. That's all.
I'd now like to invite the next speaker.
Sir, there are stupid horizontal wave type. It is not global warming. Not global
Warming.
Global warming.
M becomes N.
Yes.
Resident housing is
सर पॉइंटर है आपके पास?
है मेरे पास।
ठीक, ये वाला यूज़ नहीं करेंगे?
Should I start? Okay. With your permission, a very good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to this presentation, Resilient Housing in the Hills of India and the Role of Geologists. As I have mentioned in the morning, that it's a little more than 20 years that I have been involved with post-disaster need assessment in the housing sector. And to my amazement, even after completing the 11th PDN report, I'm yet to see that the suggestions of the geologists are reflected at the grassroots level. In resilient housing, one of the most important or pivotal factors is the geologist's input, which I'm finding missing even today. Now, one of the main things that we find that we do the resilient housing policies and strategies at the Government of India and the state level, and which is supposed to be disseminated to the people through the urban local body, which is the major hub. Unfortunately, in my experience, the geologists, they are restricted only up to the state level. Because 2 to 3 years down the line, when I go to see what has actually happened in the housing recovery, I do not find any trace of that. The people who are actually building the housing, that is the construction workers, the engineers, local administrators, and the beneficiaries, none of them have any influence of the suggestions made forward. So in this presentation, I am going to talk about a small project which institute like Wadia can take up and create a dent in the human society. My presentation will be under these 5 heads. First, I will define the resilient housing's domain. Second, I'll talk about if you are not resilient, what can happen to you. And the third, we have to be proactive rather than reactive. So what can we do with the existing database that we have? And the fourth is, what can actually geologists do? You know, if I say every Indian has to be like Swami Vivekananda, that doesn't help until and unless I specify how to become Swami Vivekananda. So, based on my prior experience of the key recommendations of PDNA, I'll be defining the role of geologists and look for your suggestion. No presentation is meaningful until and unless there is a takeaway. It will be a theoretical exercise. Now let me begin with what is the domain of resilient housing. First and foremost, we should know the risk of the area and risk of the site. Quite often when I go and see somebody building a house in Uttarakhand or in Shillong or wherever it is, there is no reflection of resilient factors. People are just building the way they used to build traditionally. Second, once we know the risk of the area and the site, we should design the house with resilient features, and I have laid down some of the resilient features, which is a detailed engineering issue, not a right place to discuss. Second thing, what's very important is there should be access to safe water, sanitation, and the solid and waste disposal system. General facilities like access road and other common facilities must be there. And last, the most important of all, is the access to education, healthcare, and livelihood. This is basically the domain of resilient housing. The most desirable resilient housing is if after a disaster, the damage is within 0 to 30%. What is the meaning of 30%? 30% of the current construction cost, right? Ideally, it should be 0, but it is humanly impossible because of so many factors. One of them is the cost. The second thing is temporary shelter with drinking water and sanitation should be ready within 72 hours after the disaster. Reconstruction within 18 months, and finally complete recovery within 24 to 36 months. This is basically the domain of resilient housing, and let's see what the geologists can do about it. Now, the next point, I was directly involved with many PDNAs, but I'll be flagging Kerala, Joshimath, and Himachal. Now, can I go back? How do I go back? Okay. No problems, I don't need to go back. It's all right. Now, this is the field study report which I did in Idki. Actually, I had been to 8 districts which were affected, and I saw this kind of failure. This lady, 80 plus, was a storehouse of knowledge about how landslide and flood affected their lives in the past. I think it is very, very important that in the post-disaster recovery period, we acquire knowledge from them through participatory vulnerability analysis, and then put it within the main recommendations. So these are basically some of the images. Now let me go back to the main theme. Then Dr. Sajin Kumar, he was a geological advisor. He traveled with us, and he has categorized the Kerala landslide situation into a couple of things. Like he said, 2 billion years old bedrock had a top cover of 2 to 10 meters of soil on top. And any area where the topsoil cover is 2 meters or less, they were susceptible to landslide if there was rain for 5 days. In Munnar and Wayanad, the top cover was more, 5 to 10 meters. However, the disaster happened because of the steep slope. Quite a few places, there were subsidence because of the piping effect of the soil. And the last one, the development of crocks in the gentle slope, which were a little more than 2 degrees. Now, the total cost of housing recovery in Kerala, as you can see, is 5391 crores. Joshimath. The primary cause of building damage in Joshimath was subsidence of land, and followed by a little bit of landslide here and there. But guess what? No risk-informed land use map, no compliance with building bylaws, towns grown far beyond its capacity. So we human beings, we could be equally hero and contribute negatively to the devastation. Let us look at the damage pattern. I don't want to get into the detail of that, but a significant number of buildings, they are beyond repair, they have to be pulled down, and a large number of buildings have to be retrofitted. This is the risk map which was prepared by the geological team, and Dr. Swapnamita was also present in that team. And Joshimath was divided into 3 zones, high, medium and low risk zones. But then I used to take a lot of fight with Dr. Kanungo and all others that please answer my questions. On the right hand side, I have my questions. So they all agreed that, okay, we'll answer your question from the resilience housing point. And so they are working on it, and in future I'm pretty sure that if the questions are answered, we'll be in a better position. Damage. This is the damage profile, but I would like to bring your attention to 930 houses which would require medium to major retrofitting, but we cannot do that at all until and unless we know that the subsidence is actually stopped. So here is a strong input from the geologists, otherwise the investment on these buildings will be unprudential. Himachal, primary reason for the devastation in the upper mountains was landslide and subsidence, and in some places flash flood, but in the lower part of the state, it was primarily the flood followed by land subsidence. But once again, no risk-informed land use map and no compliance with the building bylaws.
Where is the location of this?
Which one?
Slide Himachal.
Himachal, we did it in all 12 districts. In the first phase, we did in the upper Himalayas, all 6 districts.
Place.
So many places, all 12 places. Can we go back to the slide, please? Go back to the slide. Here you can see the places. No, back. Yeah. No. Next. Next. Yeah, let us come to Himachal. No. It's eating away my 25 minutes.
This is it, sir.
Himachal में जाइए. हाँ. You see, अरे नहीं, previous one. Okay. The left hand top was Jubbal, and this one was the third from the left. It was very close to Rodu. Okay. And I have got all the locations of all of them. Okay. Now, if I bring your attention to Himachal, that is the repair and retrofitting is almost 1100 crores. But I cannot do that right now until and unless I have got the answers. Has the subsidence stopped? And are they still in the active landslide zones? In the last 5 years, across India in the 6 states, almost 25 billion Indian rupees have been allocated for housing repair. And this is the Indian taxpayers' money. I think this is a high time we become reactive, much more proactive rather than reactive. Now, let me talk a bit about how we can be a bit proactive with respect to the major data that we have, and which is that nothing but the census data. This is in Himachal. If you look at the statistics of Himachal, almost 2.6 million houses are there, out of which 10% are in the urban areas and 90% are in the rural areas. In the rural areas, there is no building bylaws, mostly, and in the urban areas, there are building bylaws, but they are grossly violated, and therefore, either way, the situation is really bad. Now, this is the different roofing materials which are found in Himachal. And what you find that districts like Kangra, Mandi and Hamirpur, plenty of slate roofs, and they are all in seismic zone 5. So it's very, very important that we assess those buildings and we prepare the retrofitting requirement to be more resilient in future. And this is basically the different walling materials. You see that in Mandi and in Chamba and in Mandi, the number of houses with stone wall is pretty high. And if you look at the photos on top, none of these buildings have any seismic resilient features. Therefore, the buildings are very highly vulnerable. And the tick-marked ones are stone packed with mortar, which are, whether there is landslide or whether there is earthquake, they're all very, very vulnerable. The light of hope, as I was listening to the gentleman in the morning talking so much about the indigenous knowledge, we have excellent knowledge, like the central one, that is Katkuni architecture, where every third layer is with a timber slip on the inner side and outside. They are very highly resilient against seismicity. So we need not necessarily flood the whole of the Himalaya ranges with reinforcement concrete. We can revive the ancient wisdom, and it can be cost effective, carbon footprint will be less, and it will be the pride of Himachal at the same time. And this is the Uttarakhand, the walling system. The red ones are, these are basically the roofing materials with slate. The situation is the same as that which I have already explained. I have given the hazard maps on top of that, but what we do not have, please note this point. When I go to a particular village, where is the high resolution multi-hazard map? How do I tell somebody, Mr. X, that look, you are in an area which is susceptible to landslide, subsidence, flood, etc. I cannot convince the people, so we need it very badly. On the left-hand side, one example of multi-hazard map in Tripura. I was personally involved with that. And whenever I would travel to the district areas, I will bring the villagers, what's the lat long of your house? Place it and see, look where you are. You are in zone 1 or zone 2, zone 3. So until and unless we have connection with the people, our recommendations will be mostly restricted at the upper level. What happened? Can you help me, please? Yeah, right. And now to Wadia Institute, can you go back to the previous one? My little ambitious request to Wadia Institute, can we have this kind of 3D maps? I've been currently working in Eastern Cape. They gave me these kind of maps and building schools, so I can understand very clearly what is the degree of vulnerability of a particular place. Key recommendations from roll-up geologists. So first I have defined what is the domain of resilient housing. Then I showed that if you are not resilient, what can happen to you. Then the third, I showed how with basic data available even in the census can make people more proactive. Now let's see what a geologist can do. Now this is based on my experience in several countries and by talking to so many experts. I have got, fortunately, quite a good number of geographers and geologist friends. So if you look at the color heading, major heads, activity description, with whom the geologist will work, with whom, and then finally the cost of intervention, time, and what are the indicators of success. Let's be very, very regimental about this one. And these are the 8 points which started with land use and multi-hazard zoning. I would like to bring your attention to point number 2, detailed damage assessment. By and large, whenever there is a disaster, we think, we architects and engineers, we can do the damage assessment. No, that's totally wrong. Unless I have a geologist and a geographer with me, it is not possible to make resilient housing. So, finally, the takeaway. I have flagged a few key questions for our geologist friends, and when you answer, that should be the basis for capacity building, recovery planning, and implementation. That's something which is very, very important. These are the 10 questions to begin with. It may be 20, it may be 5 after talking to you. Some of the questions, whenever we build a building, we have got no respect for altering the slope. We do whatever we feel like. So there has to be a clear guidelines what you can do and what you should not do, and in which slope you are not supposed to build. Another very important thing is I have noticed it particularly in Joshimath that the topsoil cover on the stone slab varies quite drastically. Sometimes a couple of feet to 10 feet or something like that. So the type of foundation is very important because the pressure bulb should not be exceeding the soil, or it should be directly on the soil. The next one is the distribution of the load on a building. I will give a tip to my geologist friends. If you really want to calculate the weight of a building, 1.5 tons per square meter per floor is the load. 1.5 tons per square meter per floor is the load. So for a 660 square meter covered area, 990 tons. So you can actually see the situation, what will happen in that particular slope. The red circle one is taking almost 55% of the total building load. A clear guidelines on what should be the type of foundation for that. So, multi-hazard risk-informed habitation-wise land use map is the need of the day. Take away action plan for the next 12 months. And here I am assuming the Wadia Institute is giving the leadership to this. Demonstrate collaborative approach. Please do involve engineers, construction workers and the people with the geologists. Otherwise it will not get transferred. And do an intervention in Joshimath and Himachal. So in the coming 12 months, you should be able to produce a lot of data. Geologists should know how building fails in different hazards. You can have a one-day training program on that. At the same time, we engineers and architects, we have got virtually zero knowledge in geology. So you have to teach us a bit about geology. So you have to develop a design manual for this particular purpose. Very, very important, if you do not make a few graphical posters on the building safety with respect to geology, until and unless human being and the construction workers, I'm sorry, they are the same. What I mean is the common people and the construction workers, they are aware of the geological safety, it will be difficult to proceed any further. I will just read out. Select a distinct HP plus Joshimath, obtain the habitation-wise map of the district which is available, select 5 settlements and carry out participatory vulnerability assessment, prepare microzonation map of the habitation-wise settlement, revise building bylaws and prepare a risk-informed plan. And do all these with respect to Joshimath and Himachal Pradesh. So within a year, we should be able to get very, very practical data. So finally, I'll show a few slides what is meant by participatory vulnerability assessment. What happened? Sorry, what's the time?
You have 5 more minutes to go.
Okay, 30 seconds. Okay, next please. Before the report here, the machine is telling me shut off. Just one slide.
It's the last slide, sir, that I need to know.
Anyone has a question in between?
No? I mean, this reminds me of Murphy's Law. If anything can go wrong, it will.
Okay, I think...
But just done. Yeah, last slide. Last में चलेगी. जारी क्लास में आएगी. I think
okay. I think since you have finished your talk and you have raised some very important issues, 1 or 2 questions are welcome. Miss.
Quick question. I thought about disaster management, but where does fire and fire safety fit into this plan?
See, I have just talked about, I emphasize more on seismic safety, landslide and all, but fire is an inseparable part of that. Because the presentation was here, but given a chance, I should be talking more about the multi-hazard where fire is so very important. It has actually been very, very devastating in Tripura, certain parts of Assam, which we usually underplay. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Very informative talk by you. What is the role of development authorities? Because if you see in Dehradun, like MDD has come up with a plan. Now citizens are, there are some senior citizens, they are saying that you are not telling the citizens what is your plan to develop the city. So role of development authorities is very important.
Actually, you are...
approval of maps, etc.
You are perhaps 200% correct. The first and foremost thing is this informed land use map, which is in the process, and what is can give a leadership to that, at least for the state. That is number one. Number two, I believe in very strong, not in imposition, but in compliance. If we can make people more aware, then will be better. For example, income tax increases if there is compliance by the people, rather than thinking on this. So my only hope is we make things very transparent to the people, and it is people who, once they are aware, certainly they will. Why don't we have in every block a couple of posters on the relation between geology and resilient housing? I'm pretty sure people will take it.
Well, thanks a lot once again for a beautiful talk. Thanks a lot. Let's give him a big hand. Let me call on Marcus Nusser. High risks from hidden lakes, neglected mechanism of glacial lake drainage and outburst floods. I'll give you a, there are two ways. Either you talk for 25 minutes, no questions, or you talk for 20 minutes, 5 minutes for questions. What do you prefer?
We will see.
20?
We will see.
Okay.
I will not use more than 25 minutes. You're sure?
Sure. Thank you.
But we are already quite late, and so I know. I try my best. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you for the invitation to be here at the Wadia Institute. I'm very pleased to present my case in my presentation. I hope it comes. I have to. In my presentation, I will not focus on these massive disasters like earthquakes that we had in the previous disasters. I will more focus on the local to the regional scale. I have worked for the last, since 2007 in Ladakh, and I've done quite a lot of field work and field-based research there, and have visited quite a number of glacial lakes. And when you talk about glacial lake outburst floods, you mostly think on the huge glacial lakes like the Imja Lake in Nepal or other lakes in the central Himalaya, including Uttarakhand, and also in Sikkim, the South Lunak Lake that just had this outburst is maybe the most recent example. You think about these huge lakes, and the situation in Ladakh is a little bit different, and there are also some mechanisms of the outburst floods that need to be seen in a different context. Why doesn't it move? In Ladakh we have very small glaciers located at high altitudes. So all of them we mapped 1,800, roughly 1,800 glaciers in central Ladakh, excluding the central Himalayas and excluding the Karakoram range, only in the Trans-Himalayan part. And they all share the situation that they are located at very high altitudes. No one is below 5,200 meters above sea level, and they are relatively small. And when we come to the glacial lakes, then we see likewise they must be quite small, and they must be located at high altitudes. We have mapped some 190 proglacial lakes in the same area where we have mapped all the glaciers between, see here, roughly from in central Ladakh, and some of them are ice covered, because permanently ice covered in summer and winter because of their altitude above 5,400 meters, and we have mapped the classical approach, their area, and the next. Oh, I have the wrong one. Oh, that explains something. Thank you. And yes, and what is most important is the increase in area that makes these lakes more prone to outburst floods. And in some cases you see negative numbers. They are over
our observation period, we observed that some of the lakes have drained, not necessarily with an outburst flood, but they had a gradual drain that was not problematic in this case. We come back to this important point later in my talk. Now I've talked about the entire region of central Ladakh, and we have consulted all available literature, colonial travel reports and scientific literature, and we came to know that even if in the beginning we were told there are glacial lake outburst floods in Ladakh, it's not a major problem. You have to concentrate on the central or on eastern Himalaya. But then we saw there were quite a number of them that occurred between 1842 and most recently the Gya and Rumbak lake outburst floods, and I will only concentrate in my talk on these two. First I will talk on the Rumbak, and then I will talk on Gya, just to explain how specific, site-specific these outbreak mechanisms were. In the region of Rumbak, it's located south of the Indus River. You can see the Indus in the uppermost part here. Where is it? In this, here is the river Indus. And what happened, this is a series of one sentinel image and two outlets from the situation before the glacial lake outburst floods, and then a few days after the glacial lake outburst flood. What was interesting, that this very small hidden lake even had an outburst flood that resulted in damming of the Indus River. That was that has happened during historical times before in other parts, but this was not reported from this area of Ladakh. What was interesting, so from this middle section there was a clear trace of destruction from the flood path in this part, and in this part the Indus was blocked. What was interesting now, when we had some interviews with the local population, they said the day it happened was not a cloudburst or any massive landslide that fall into the lake, but it was an extended period of good weather, a drought period, and there was no rain at that time. And the glacial lake, this is just the size of the glacial lake. We could detect this glacial lake in corona imagery. Corona, the American espionage satellites that date back with high resolution images to the late 1960s. We could see, we could detect the lake in this situation here, and then it was growing, and in between it was completely draining, and there was no outburst flood, but then it appears that it was building up again very rapidly due to glacial retreat in this area, and we had the outbreak. As a take-home message from this situation, we have some kind of fluctuation in the lake level, and then we have a certain outbreak. Now I will come to my second part, and I will go a little bit in more detail with the situation of the 2014 Gya outbreak. We have mapped the area and we can see this is the channel, and we see the village was built quite some 5 to 10 meters above the channel. So this has to do with local knowledge about the situation there. But what happened in 2014? Fortunately, there were no fatalities in this situation, but a lot of destruction with a new concrete bridge that has even been built, and quite a number, 12 houses and 1 hospital were partly damaged or completely damaged in this situation. That was the modeled dimension of the glacial lake outburst flood on 6 August 2014, and some images that show the situation where some fields were destroyed, the bridge was destroyed, and fortunately the main Leh-Manali road was not affected badly. It had some problems, but this situation was, it really affected in this situation mostly the village and the cultivated area. And sorry, I went too fast. This is the situation of in hues of red. You see the cultivated area, and then you go 20 kilometers, 22 kilometers, and here is the lake, the glacial lake, permanently ice covered at that time. And this is the situation before the outbreak, and this is the situation after that. So we go into detail a little bit further. It has changed here, and the whole channel, the vegetation has been completely destroyed. Now we will go into the detail of this glacial lake. We use high-resolution satellite images. The lake is here completely ice-covered at an altitude of 5,400 meters. This is the glacier. There is some clearly detectable ridge between, and the terminal moraine is 100 meters, 110 meters high, and 400 meters in width. So when this glacial lake outburst happened, we were working in Ladakh, and at that time the district commissioner asked us whether we could give him some information, what we think, what was the reason, because at that time everybody thought there is a normal overspill, there is a channel, and then there was an outbreak, but it was not like this. Historically, we used the corona imagery from 1969, and the lake has increased between 1969 and 2013. We used a large number of satellite images from historical times, and it was mostly, almost always ice-covered with a very few exceptions. But the moraine, this huge body that includes buried ice, and this is part of the problem now. Then we use the Pleiad data. Pleiad data, fortunately, from the day of the glove. This is the day of the glove, and there you can easily detect there's a small lake in front. The ice cover is surrounded by open water body, but there is no overflow, and the water only comes at the foot of the moraine. So it was a piping process, it was a tunneling situation where the water came out. And there was a slight increase in the lake area of the glove, and we can see massive increase before the glove happened, and but there was no destruction of the terminal moraine. We even found vegetation in the whole channel here that was a clear indicator that it was not recently flooded. It was some subsurface drainage, as I said before. And what happened after the glove, that was the situation from the satellite image before the glove, here in yellow, and on the day of the glove it became a little bit bigger, but there was no overflow here and connection to this, subsurface connection to the other, probably yes, but no surface connection between the small lake and the upper lake. And so, but there was a 5-meter lowering of the lake level due to the GLOF, and we will see that later. And after the GLOF, that is so on 13th October, some weeks after that, it was interesting that the lake size was almost the same like before. So it was a very short event that the lake increased and then it drained, and after that it looks almost the same. And what happened now in the last few years? We have published on that, but what comes now, we have now worked on this. We bought new high-resolution satellite image, and now the lake is no longer ice-covered. So there are more times now where we don't see an ice cover. Now this is from 22, from 5 October. And when we compare it with the situation from the day of the outburst, the yellow line was before the outburst and the red line was from the day of the outburst, then we can see in the northern part the lake size has reduced, but due to glacier retreat it has become bigger. That is quite what we would expect, and there's a significant lowering of the lake level. Now I will add some repeat photography to that. We were there in 2014, 2019, and 2023 in last September, just a few weeks back. In October 2014, you see the glacier and the ice-covered glacier lake, and in September 2023, you see on the one hand the glacier retreat. It is easy to detect this rock. It has fallen down a little bit over the 9 years, but you can see almost all rocks in the same place. Some has moved a little bit, and yeah, in 2019 we realized that the glacier lake was still ice covered. But when I took this photograph, I was really surprised to see all the ice outside the lake. So the lake recently was a little bit higher, but then the lake level dropped by 1.5 meters. And this is again this type of fluctuation of the water level. And so we can think it's the problem becomes less because the water level goes down, but on the other hand, the lake size increased. And when you see this situation, you can detect all the rocks in the foreground, and this part of the lake is no longer there, but a huge part in the back comes to that. And now I will come to my last point with this glacier. It is going down, it has increased in size, and has the risk of, has it increased or decreased? And now I think we must concentrate on these parts, and I will show you the last repeat photography, again from 2014. I climbed up a little bit to see this part, and here there is a crack, a crevice, and we can map also this crevice in satellite imagery, and also this structure is interesting when you see the repeat photography, because this is the structure what I mean, and going back, this structure became much bigger. But what is important now, we have a huge 230 meter long crack now, and it's 12 meter wide, and it reminds me a little bit of the Chamoli event, what has happened. And you can imagine if this body will fall into the lake, then even if it has lowered, then it is a massive overflow that is expected. And it becomes very clear that this will happen. And to bring it in a larger picture, this lake, we have mapped the lake area here, and we have also mapped all the points where we could detect ice-free lake, and it is most probably due to global warming, even at this altitude of 5,400 meters, that we have more situation of this, the GLOF 2014, and we may suppose that there were earlier GLOFs, and we asked the villagers in the area, and they reported that they have seen floods in the village without rain. And this gives always an indicator that this is important. So coming to the conclusion, the GLOF events caused by thawing of ice-caught moraines need to get more attention. They are, to my opinion, neglected outburst mechanisms, because even small GLOFs, they can affect local livelihoods. They destroy fields, they destroy the entries of irrigation channels, and in this context they can be very harmful for local livelihoods. The dynamics of proglacial development require continuous monitoring efforts, including field surveys, remote sensing, and repeat photography. With high-resolution remote sensing, you can reach quite a lot of this. The local adaptation strategies to cope with the adverse effects of global warming need to address slow onset processes like global warming and sudden hazards. So it is important to integrate both local environmental knowledge that we have heard today in the opening by Sri Chauhan, and also technological solutions. And the consequences for research is, I think we need some integrated socio-hydrological approaches that need to analyze the interaction between the cryosphere changes and adaptation strategies. And I have framed such a thing to integrate analysis of cryosphere changing, the hazards and adaptation strategies, and to have it all in governance structures and see what are the development interventions and so on. I will not go into detail, but my plea is to have an integrated approach to better understand what's going on. And with this, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Very well done, and you have done it in just 20 minutes sharp. So if there is a question, just one or two questions to him. Any question? Yes.
So my question is, Mark, you mentioned at the end it's an ice core. Do you know for certain it's ice core?
Yes. We know it for certain.
And so my follow-up question would be then, if we extend this idea from a single lake to a region or even the whole Himalaya or globally, trying to figure out where these types of hidden lakes might produce, or rather the mechanism is hidden, I suppose. How scalable is that? How can we detect these failure processes at scale?
We think for the cold, arid environments of Ladakh and larger trans-Himalayan parts, also in higher parts of Mustang in Nepal, the same holds true. We can observe the same situations, that the lakes are located at high elevations. It's not the high elevation that is the problem, because the problem is that the local population is no longer well aware of the existence of these lakes. Before, when they had massive land use with animal husbandry and transhumance patterns, but this has gone back in the last 5 to 10 years in most parts of the Himalaya, as well as in other areas, so that the local people are no longer regularly there. So this is a problem.
Thank you very much for a wonderful talk. Thanks a lot. I now invite the last talk before the lunch by the director, Dr. Kalachan Sen, on climate-induced geohazard in Himalayan plausible in mitigation. Kalachan Sen.
Audible? Okay. Very good afternoon. Directly I am going to the topic without much wasting time. I have decided to cover some of the important aspects on hazards that are mainly caused by climate changes. So, all of us know that Himalaya is stressed because of many factors going on into the subsurface, on the surface, and further stress has been increased by environmental degradation, anthropogenic activities. And in the last few decades, particularly in this year and last year, we have experienced different kinds of hazards with variable magnitudes that we have listed over here. And the Himalayan landscapes and geomorphology, we have been talking since morning, geology play a very important role. The changes into the geomorphology and landscape are very, very important, because it is the changes of the landscape and geomorphology which control the damage pattern whenever there is an earthquake, whenever there is a landslide, avalanches, glacial lake outburst flood. So, there is a tremendous requirement for the geoscientists to understand all the processes going on into the Himalaya, so that we can comprehend the processes responsible for the hazards and its impact, whatever existing into that region, to the structures, to the people, and then only we will be able to provide some sort of mitigation measures. So, in that direction, let me touch upon some of the important aspects what we have observed into the Himalaya. With reference to the Uttarakhand Himalaya, that we have seen that glacial hazards 2013 Kedarnath, 2017 Gangotri, and 2021 Chamoli mass failure. In the landslides point of view, 1998 Pithoragarh, 2003 Bornabat, and 2012 Chamoli, 2023 Joshimath. And we have also experienced cloudburst into the Dharchula, Pithoragarh district, and in Arakat village of Uttarkashi, and heavy rainfall in Dehradun, Maldevta we have experienced, that have led to flash floods and some sort of disasters. We have also experienced snow avalanches into the Kedarnath town as well as Otlakuri Hemkund Sahib. So, these are some of the important observations we have got, and most of them, almost everything has been related to the climate change and its impact. So, we are talking about climate change, but what are the indicators of the climate change for the benefit of all? We know the glaciers are melting, glacier lakes are being expanded, glacier lakes are being formed. There have been upward shift of the tree line, there have been snow cover variability, that snow is thinning, and we have also observed there have been into the sea surface temperature rising, land surface temperature rising, sea level rising. So, many indicators are there to understand the climate change, and its impact is also visible in terms of, we have seen water scarcity, there have been adversity to the water security, energy security, food security, and we have seen the seasonal changes. In now also we get rain, so we did not expect 4 decades, 5 decades back, the seasonal changes also taken place. There have been disruption of the ecosystem, biodiversity, everything. So, let us concentrate on a few aspects, since time is short, that if we really want to understand the glaciers hazard and glacier lake related hazard and landslide related hazard, flash floods, what are the possible mitigation we can offer so that we can build. In the morning we talked about that how we will be able to build disaster resilient, climate adaptable, sustainable development into Himalayan states, particularly into the Uttarakhand states. So, we are talking about glaciers, maybe many have heard glaciers, the high altitude phenomena, but any water body that is being formed by the compaction or recrystallization of the snow due to its weight, it can also move. That particular mass is called glacier. And glacial lake, any lake, water body that has been formed by the glacial activity is called the glacial lake, and the lake can be formed in the front of the glaciers, on the side of the glaciers, over the glaciers, below the glaciers. In different kinds of glaciers can exist, and they have been they have got different nomenclature of the type of the glaciers into these regions. So, first and foremost, if we really want to understand the impact of the climate change on the glaciers, first we need to know that in a particular state like Uttarakhand, how many glaciers are there, how many glacial lakes are there. So, based on the satellite data, we can map them, the size of the glaciers, number of the glaciers, and that is the first and foremost job. If we really want to monitor the glaciers and glacial lakes, then we have to prepare the inventory of the glacier and glacial lakes. That is what have been done in the Uttarakhand states, and these have been given by different nomenclature and different symbols. It have been shown. We can see that quite a sizable number of lakes, around 1265 lakes exist into the Uttarakhand state, but all the lakes are not posing threat to the downstream. Only the glacier moraine dam lakes are very dangerous, and all the moraine dam lakes also may not be dangerous if the lakes are existing into the in less slope region. If the lake size are small, they may not have that much threat, but the lakes existing into the high slope region, lakes are expanding rapidly, they are occupying a larger area, they will definitely pose threat, and that is what we have observed. Out of 1265 lakes, only around 350 lakes are moraine dam lake, and out of 350 lakes, a few lakes may pose threat. We cannot say they are posing. I will show the example. From there you can understand the lakes is threatening or not into the region. The first and foremost, to understand glaciological study, that we need to know how many lakes are there, what are the sizes of the lakes, etc. So, inventory. Second part, that from the satellite data we should understand if there is a impact of the climate change of the glacier melting or retreating of the glaciers, at what rate glacier is retreating, and that can be known even over a period of time, 30 years or 35 years, 50 years, if we can map that where was the mouth of the glacier, snout of the glaciers, and now where it exists. The last 135 to 2022, this we have observed from the satellite data. This is this much that the mouth has retreated back in that much time, and when you know the time, when you know the length has been retreated, we can definitely find out at what rate the glaciers are retreating, and we have found out for the Gangotri glacier, this is the rate 15 to 20 meter per year is happening. So, this is also threatening. The lakes are being contracted and glaciers are being contracted. And when we talk about glaciers are being contracted, that means it is releasing through the melt some of the water. Where those waters are going, simply going to the rivers or getting accumulated into a depression, we define as the glacial lake at subsequent time. So, this is one of the example, very just schematic diagram. Suppose in a high altitude in a slope region there is a depression, water has been accumulated and melt water is being accumulated into the region, and water is being expanded into the lake, and that is one phenomena we can observe from the satellite data. But we have talked in the morning, there will be not only one factor, there will be multiple factors they can play role to cause hazard in a particular region. But even for this lake, since it is high altitude lake in the Himalayan region, we know seismically active region, there can be some sort of tectonic movement, number one, that can cause some sort of disturbance to the lake. There can be landslides, there can be avalanches, and there will be glaciers in the upstream that can be melted and meltwater can be accumulated. So, our job, if we can find out sizable lake into a high altitude region, we need to understand what is the capacity of the lake which can withhold the amount of water, number one. What is the strength of the walls? This is very important, because most of the walls of the lakes are made up of loose debris material, moraine material. So, they cannot hold a huge amount of water if it gets accumulated into that depressions. So, there is every chance of breaching of the lake. So, we need to understand that strength of the strength of the wall of the lake, and if some sort of breaching takes place, initially it may be a narrow, but when it will have some sort of forces, it will be widening, and once it starts widening, then huge amount of accumulated water will be coming out in the high slope, and because of the slope, that water velocity will be increasing, and as the water goes down and down, it will pick up lot of small material. It can be small plant, it can be moraine, it can be other water pockets, everything. So mass also will be increasing. So in the slope region, its velocity is increasing, slope is increasing, momentum is increasing. So on its way, whatever it will find out, whether roads or bridges or hydroelectric power projects, everything it will damage. So if we know that how much amount of water is there, what is the strength of the lake, and at what rate that water is being accumulated into the lake, it will definitely provide us some sort of parameters to understand the health of the lake, which may cause threat into the downstream. And that exactly happened into the Kedarnath. This was the before that glacial lake outburst, and this was the damage after the lake outburst. So this is one important thing, that we need to monitor the lake also. Next important thing is that such a lake in Uttarakhand, we have found out among various lakes, one of the lake which lake is existing into the Vilangana basin, which is the tributary of the Bhagirathi basin, and we have Kathleen glacier. What we have observed from the data, that Kathleen glacier is thinning. That means that the health of the glacier is also not good, that it is melted, and that water is being accumulated into the Vilangana basin, and during the last 1976 to till date, we have observed that the lake has been expanded 0.3 square kilometer area, huge, around 380,000 square meter area. So good amount of area during the last 47 years. So we need to understand in this region, what is the slope of the region, what is this material that has made up of the lake, the strength of the material, and that depression, the dimension, how much amount of water, and what is the rate of the glacier melt getting accumulated, or other factor into this region. So if we constantly monitor all of this, definitely what exactly we have experienced into the South Lonak in very recently, we will be able to avoid in these regions. But from this study, again, we can't predict that it is going to happen tomorrow or day after tomorrow after 2 years, but from this study definitely we will be able to make whether this lake is posing threat to the downstream or not, and that exactly we have observed that is posing threat to the downstream. This is the next important point. Everybody knows that 2021 we had got huge ice rock mass avalanche into the Rishiganga, Deliganga. 27 million cubic meter volume of ice rock mass got detached from the mainland, and after that it caused disaster. 200 people died, around many roads, bridges got disrupted, and that villages were disconnected. Many things happened into these regions. After that phenomena, we into the post-mortem, we studied on the seismological data, that seismometer we have deployed into the Himalayan belt to understand the seismicity into this region, but fortunately one of the seismometer station was very close to the nucleus point of this avalanche which took place into this region, Rishiganga, Deliganga, that was 12 kilometer away, and we found out into the post-mortem into the frequency spectrum that the event related to the detachment of the mass including this rock and ice, and at what rate it flew down, and what it caused damage to the roads, bridges, as well as hydroelectric power projects. From the frequency we could separate out. We had went to the field and we have found out at what time that event took place, and we correlated, after correlations, entire episode of the damage pattern starting from the nucleation to the damage of different roads and hydroelectric power projects, as well as many other things we have noted down. But most important study what we have observed into the post-mortem is that before the avalanche took place, around 3 hours time, 3.5 hours time, we have seen some sort of tremors, and these tremors are nothing but the precursory events of that detachment. And before that, in the seismometer, we couldn't observe any event such that. So it shows some sort of seismological study that if we deploy into a vulnerable area some sort of seismometers, and continuously if we monitor and if we observe this type of phenomena, precursory phenomena, we will be able to forewarn that something into the nearby region is going to happen. So if we have a number of stations, definitely we will be able to tell where exactly that type of phenomena is going to take place. Only thing we have been studying now, that how we will be able to identify the threshold. In this region it is 3.5 hours, in other catchment it may be more than 3.5 hours or less than 3.5 hours, and when exactly that mass will detach, that study we have been pursuing, and there is a tremendous scope for extending the study into the region to understand where is the threshold, so that we will be able to predict, we will be able to forewarn that type of avalanche into a particular basin. So, what we have done, we have developed a particular system into that region, and we are trying to integrate the seismological data with the hydrological data and meteorological data. Mostly for the glacial studies, people use the hydrological data, so that they can understand what is the glacier recession, what is the mass balance, what is the sediment water discharge, and from the meteorological data they understand what are the temperature, how much humidity is there, what is the wind, what is the wind speed. Based on that, these two sets of data we have been extensively using for glaciological research, but now we are adding another component from the seismological data and 3 data sets from the field, where we have identified vulnerable zone from glacial point of view. We are getting the data real time mode to the our center at Wadia Institute of Geology, and there we will be processing and modeling. We have been doing that, and we have developed an artificial intelligence and machine learning tool at this institute. We have published a book also, and based on that we are trying to integrate all the data sets and getting some sort of informations and try to find out that threshold and forewarning or predicting the landslide hazards, these glacial hazards into these regions. And this is the flow chart what I explained, that if we look into the meteorological data, if we look into the hydrological data, and then if we integrate with the seismological data, and whenever there is an opportunity, go to the field and observe some field based data. And then of course we have the satellite high resolution multispectral SAR data, INSAR data, and then all we integrate and do based on the artificial intelligence and give this integrated early warning system. Okay. So this is the aspects what we have observed with regard to the glaciers. Now with coming back to the issue related to the landslides, everybody know the 30% of the world's landslide occur into the Himalayan region, and there have been multiple factors has been responsible to that: environmental degradation, anthropogenic activities, and natural processes. And this is one of the example what exactly we have got into the Arakat region in Uttarakhand. So in a region, if we want to understand that which part is more vulnerable to landslide, which part is medium vulnerable to landslide, which part is least vulnerable to landslides, based on that, if we look into all the parameters, the slopes, gradients, structures, lithology, then rock strength, land cover, built up area, forest cover area, geomorphology, based on that we will be able to prepare some sort of landslide risk map or susceptibility map. This is the one map we have got for the Mussoorie town, and red is the most vulnerable part and the green is the least vulnerable part, and we have seen in the very low vulnerable risk zone how many buildings are existing till date. So one question was raised, how many buildings, which building we can say most vulnerable, which building medium vulnerable, which least vulnerable. Based on this map we can tell them so that they can take necessary precaution. This is number one. Same thing we can provide to the city planners so that they can utilize this input for developing the land use map. They will not allow the most vulnerable part for the constructions of the high rising building or heavy constructions material. They will say if you do limit to the this much height, or maybe leave the light material, so that that weight of the slope region will not be that much. And what we have also done, that we are trying to do into the Chakrota region also, that whenever we know that landslide prone zone, landslide does not take place of its own. We need 3 or 4 triggering factor. Most important triggering factor is rainfall. So if we get the prediction from the India Meteorological Department that region is going to have rainfall, and if we couple the rainfall threshold with the slope instability, we will be able to forewarn the landslide into this region by having different kind of sensors. The sensors can be inclinometer, piezometer, rain gauge, extensometer, INSAR, total stations, and if we continuously monitor, we will be able to forewarn that landslide into the regions. And we have made some sort of study into the Josimot, and ultimately we have found out from the geophysical study and geological study, we wanted to link what are the subsurface phenomena, what are the surface observations, and we have observed it is the groundwater imbalance that has been responsible for the landsliding into the Josimots. Third important aspects I will quickly cover in the Uttarakhand states. We have observed some of the climate induced disasters. that is related to the episodic avalanche into the Kedarnath and Mandakini valley, that we have reasoned what are the main causes. If you look into the structures and geomorphology, they give some sort of implications what exactly happened into them. This is Ottolakuri avalanche, Hemkund side. Here also you can see people go on good faith on walk in man height ice or snow accumulated into these regions. So we have studied into this existing region what exactly happened into the formation zone, transition zone and run out zone. We have given some sort of recommendation that into these regions we should have some sort of ropeway, so that people can have their religious point of view, faith, as well as will be able to provide some sort of mitigation measures. This is the Khotila region. This is very, very important. I'd like to point out before you, in this region, this is the Lasku Nala and the Kali River confluence. So huge rain in this region couldn't flash out immediately, and nobody expected that much rain. Even that rain receded back, it couldn't go out, it receded back, and the bank of the river, whatever villages and huts or houses were there, they got inundated. That's why we got huge flash floods. So it gives a lot of implications to comprehend the processes we need to look into critically, so that we will be able to provide some sort of mitigation measures. This is happening to the Maldevta region also. The river is not very deep, the river is shallow. Whenever there is a heavy rainfall or cloud burst into the region, that river got inundated on either sides, and the sides there are some sort of tea stall or other small huts, and that got inundated, and even in the water at night it flooded into the regions. So this is the last aspect I will just touch upon. When we are talking about the climate change, we first need to understand what are the fundamental causes of the climate change, and the fundamental causes of the climate change, everybody knows it is the greenhouse gas, and the greenhouse gas mostly coming from the burning of the fossil fuels. Besides, there are other factors, but mostly from the fossil fuels. So in the UN convention, it has been decided that we have to reduce the temperature rise by 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius. For that, carbon neutrality by 2050 and net zero carbon by 2070 is required. So definitely we are looking for the secure supply of the non-fossil fuel energy resources in affordable manner, or if we have to depend on the fossil fuels, we need to go for the carbon capture, utilization and sequestration experiment. Fortunately, in the Uttarakhand state, we have identified 40 geothermal resources, and that has the capacity of 10,600 megawatt of power generations. So if we can tap that geothermal energy, it is completely green energy, we will be able to provide the energy requirement into that region, as well as we will be able to provide the mitigation of the climate change into that regions. So this is the proposal we are trying to do, binary power plant, so that the geothermal energy can be converted into the electricity. So as a whole, if we sum up all this information message, that definitely we need to understand the fragility of the Himalayan by looking into the several processes going on into the subsurface, onto the subsurface, anthropogenic activities, land degradation, and the climate change impact, landscape and geomorphic changes. And if we look into the mitigation measures, definitely first of all, we need to identify which are the most probable zone of or most vulnerable zone of, whether it is earthquake, whether it is landslide, whether it is avalanche, whether it is any other hazard related phenomena, number one. And that region we have to make some sort of early warning system, development of the early warning system, and continuous mode we need to monitor that region if we envisage some sort of hazards into the region. And third, all of us have told since morning that sensitization and education to the local people is very, very important. They should understand the importance of the afforestations. They mostly hold the root of the forest play a very important role to protect the slope layer. So we need to look into that, non-exposure to the vulnerable zone, proper drainage system, implementation of the mountain specific building code, usages of lightweight construction material, disaster resilient building or retrofitting, punishment against unauthorized constructions, assessment of slope stability, marked disposal, satellite townships. Instead of congregating at one place like Joshimath, why not have the buildings and constructions some scattered way? So we should have to that, and a periodic assessment of the load bearing capacity, environmental impact assessment, and there are many solutions. In the morning also Chief Guest told nature based solutions we should learn, and thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thanks a lot. Very, very vast coverage of different disciplines. I think we will not take questions because we are very late in this session, and I'll give it to the convener to make further announcement.
Hello. We shall proceed for lunch, but before that, Gupta sir wants to say something.
I want to thank Sapnamita for bringing my teachers here. Mark, please. I was studied in St. George's and I'm very grateful that a teacher from there has come. Please, you also stand up, and very thanks to you for come, because such a pleasure. We'll rejoin at 2:45. 2:45, lunch is waiting.
We'll rejoin.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार।
वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता है। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता है। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता है। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता है। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे। वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हजारों वर्षों से भारतीय मनीषा का मूल मंत्र रहा है। एक मंत्र जो पूरे विश्व के लोगों को एक परिवार बनाता। इस समय हमारा विश्व परिवार क्लाइमेट चेंज और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग से होने वाली समस्याओं और आपदाओं से घिरा हुआ है। इस विषय पर चिंतन करने और समाधान ढूंढने के लिए महान हिमालय की धरती उत्तराखंड के देहरादून में इस वर्ष 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर तक 6th वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑफ डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का आयोजन किया जा रहा है। गौरवशाली राष्ट्र के निर्माण व विश्व कल्याण के लिए प्रतिबद्ध माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद और उत्तराखंड के युवा दूरदर्शी मुख्यमंत्री श्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी को शुभकामनाएं। साथ सोचेंगे, साथ लड़ेंगे और साथ जीतेंगे।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार। नमस्कार, मैं हूं पुष्कर सिंह धामी, मुख्य सेवक उत्तराखंड। उत्तराखंड जैसे हिमालयी राज्यों के निवासियों का आपदाओं से संबंध चोली दामन का है और इसलिए समग्रता में हम आपदा प्रबंधन का वैज्ञानिक समाधान खोजने के लिए सदैव तत्पर रहे हैं। इसी भावना से इस वर्ष का विश्व आपदा प्रबंधन सम्मेलन वर्ल्ड कांग्रेस ऑन डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट देवभूमि उत्तराखंड देहरादून में 28 नवंबर से 1 दिसंबर 2023 तक आयोजित किया जा रहा है। पूरे देश दुनिया भर से आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों का हम सुंदर सुरक्षित उत्तराखंड में बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं। उत्तराखंड है तैयार आपदा प्रबंधन और नवाचार।
everyone. We are starting the afternoon session. It will be moderated by Professor Harsh Gupta again. We have the first talk by Tom Burkitt. He is the country director AESD. He is right now located in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He has been formerly the team leader of disaster risk assessment of Uttarakhand. And he had, in fact, some years ago, I identified Tom that he was covering all the hazards that can be in Uttarakhand. And he has also identified some hotspots, which probably, Tom, you're going to talk about, right? So over to Tom. His talk will be on multi-hazard risk assessment, a perspective on success factors in India and Southeast Asia.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you so much. I trust everyone can hear me okay. I might need a thumbs up from the front row. Brilliant, thank you so much. Good morning, I think it's afternoon now for you. Good morning for me in the Middle East. But look, thank you sincerely for the opportunity to participate today at this pre-Congress event. I wish you every success with the Congress later in the week itself, and I'm sorry that I couldn't make it. Uttarakhand is very dear to me, and I have many friends there. But look, also before I proceed, my first thought is for the workers, their families, and the rescue teams affected by the devastating Uttakashi tunnel collapse. And I wish all of those involved, perhaps some of you are involved in the room as well, a safe and successful outcome on that. And I believe there's still hope at the time of this presentation. Okay, look, this presentation is not particularly technical or taxing. This is deliberate because I'm in the post-lunchtime slot. I wanted instead to present some personal observations on success factors relating to projects that have a multi-hazard risk component and executing those projects successfully. And then to wrap up, I'll give a quick reminder of the available, relevant, and still usable information that was developed under the 4-year comprehensive disaster risk assessment of Uttarakhand between 2016 and 2019, for which I was the team leader. And I acknowledge the wide range and depth of expertise in the room. I'm not an expert by comparison. However, I am a project leader who's been fortunate enough to have worked alongside very clever people delivering these multi-hazard risk assessments for disaster risk reduction and climate adaptation in India and many other countries as well. And as such, I hope you find my talk engaging and thought-provoking. So let's put risk assessment in context. Here's a simple rendition of the DRM cycle on the left. We're all familiar with that, of course, but where does risk assessment sit? And generally, it's an important component of the pre-disaster mitigation phase and intended to inform planning and preparedness. It's often invested in after a major event, for instance, the Himalayan tsunami of 2013, but ideally it should be an ongoing priority, repeated, refined, and improved upon. It's not always the case, though. And the diagram on the right is borrowed from, believe one of our speakers this afternoon, Kees van Westen, and offers an alternative depiction of the cycle, and it indicates the many activities that are required for effective DRM, and also, relevant for my talk, the activities and components typical of a risk assessment, which includes harvesting and collating historic information, assessments of geophysical conditions, hazard modeling, social vulnerability assessments, etc., etc. And it's all about understanding this seemingly simple but deceptively complex function. It's not a simple multiplication. We're all familiar with the idea that understanding risk requires us to estimate hazard likelihood and intensity, what might be exposed to what hazards and where, and how sensitive or resistant exposed structured systems and communities are. The complexity arises from the many variables that shape the risk estimate, and from the constraints of time and cost that we must draw assumptions and make sensible compromises in order to arrive at a point whether risk assessment is valuable and informative. And of course, all of these components vary, I should say, with space and time, and are very dynamic, adding to the complexity. And here are several of the typical questions, not all, that risk assessments that I perform for development agencies and municipalities have sought to answer. They include things, the obvious ones: which hazards are most likely and severe in the future? Where are people and infrastructure most exposed? Where are they most vulnerable? Importantly, which activities and which are the dominant activities increasing the likelihood and or intensity of a hazard? Perhaps not such an issue with earthquakes, but certainly with floods. What we do can make them potentially worse. And what human activity is increasing the likelihood, what risk factors or risk drivers increase exposure and vulnerability, such as urban development and encroachment into hill areas. And what can we do to manage these factors and speed up recovery? Overall, how do we reduce risk and how effective are we? And I'm sure you can imagine many other questions. So they're complex undertakings, and there are many activities involved. These are the typical ones. I won't read them all. The key point here is that these tasks require very specific skill sets and experiences that often are not included in the requests for proposals issued by clients. And for instance, emphasis is often placed on the knowledge and skills required around the hazard analysis. That's important, of course, but there's less emphasis on the risk analysis capability and competence. Risk communication is critically important, social science, and agile software development. Another key point to note is that these are complex projects that are inherently exploratory and uncertain in their outcome. It makes aligning with and managing stakeholder expectations difficult, and a critical skill to have on the team. Projects of this nature also require high levels of competence in scientific analysis, communication, stakeholder engagement, facilitation. I've mentioned agility, in order to lead a process where the team and stakeholders are learning as the project unfolds. So often the project execution plan and the project environment is not quite right to allow the flexibility required, and I'll touch on some examples of that shortly. But if we do get it right, we hope to make good decisions about the investments required to reduce risk to our communities to a point where we'll just have to live with what's left. That's the residual risk. And this should not be a one-time thing. It's a never-ending process of reassessing risk, adjusting priorities, and maximizing the efficiency of the investments. And of course, we'll always live with risk. And my experience has been that it's incredibly important not only to understand the objectives of a risk assessment, what's it for, what do we hope to achieve, but also to establish the risk appetite of the project owners and stakeholders before embarking on the assessment. Ultimately, we need to understand what are they expecting the residual risk to be, what are their goals and intentions, and what might be tolerable. And these can be very illuminating discussions and serve to ensure that there is an optimal allocation of resources and funds for mitigation. And there you have it. So risk assessment is necessary. It forms mitigation, which is proven to be cost effective, and risk assessment has benefits in helping us make decisions to support sustainable development. There should be no surprises so far. So we all know what it is, we all know what it's for, we all care about the outcome, but what makes it work and what makes it stick? I can't cover everything, but I'll touch on those key themes that I mentioned, and then I'll wrap up with that overview of the disaster risk assessment that we performed earlier in Uttarakhand. So tip number one, be agile and user-centric in execution of the risk assessment. So there are some buzzwords there, so let's explore those a bit more. The constraints of project management should be familiar to you all. Here's a rendition that I like that shows how the quality and, let's say, the value and benefit of a risk assessment are highly dependent on constraints for project execution, not just technical competence. So that's namely available time, cost, and the specific scope. So most projects involving data assimilation and technology tend to fail at least one of these dimensions, leaving the quality compromised. This is a statistic that's often bandied around in the IT sector, and it's relevant to what we do with these scientific endeavors. And the ability of a project team to manage these constraints, maintain trust, and deliver useful outputs is of paramount importance. And agile project management is probably the best available yet imperfect framework that we have for it. And these solutions for multi-risk assessment or climate adaptation projects these days almost invariably involve these components. They require the handling of large amounts of data, the wrangling or wrestling of that information into a form and format useful for risk assessment, and often they require the development or configuration of a platform or software tool or a collection of tools to deliver information to stakeholders. There's training involved, capacity building, and of course there's emphasis on documenting all of that, operating procedures, training materials. They're all expected. In other words, there's a lot to do. And to reiterate, these are complex undertakings and often performed in a compressed time frame and certainly a restricted budget. And with this in mind, and I'm reiterating here, agility in project execution is critically important. And I'd like to see more of this written into the RFPs that go out. So having said agility is skills, and these lessons on agility come from the IT sector primarily, and many of you will be aware of that, and software development, but the approach is very relevant to dynamic and exploratory projects like risk assessments. And in my opinion, it's necessary to adopt a user-centered design mindset and approach to all aspects, including the data, tools, and reports, not just the software, put the stakeholders in the center of the process and engage them properly in any critical discussions on data quality, solution design, the reporting format, all of that. Rigorously prioritize. What do I mean by that? Well, in order to hit time, schedule, and budget, we have to perhaps make some adjustments on scope, and we're learning all the time. It's agile, as I've said. So we need to use techniques like the Moscow prioritization technique. There are others, but I like this one, and it's borrowed from agile development to make sure that the scope is always tightly managed and that the key outputs or functions are consistently reprioritized. And stakeholders are involved in that process. And be ready to shift priority, be ready to compromise based on the learnings that you have about the data quality, the data gaps, the stakeholder needs. Be ready to shift. And demanding everything does not help, given those constraints. And trust will erode between the project team and the stakeholder or the project proponent if the pressure comes on in that regard. You have to be realistic. You have to adapt. So encourage agile and iterative development of data systems and critical reports. Let me just say that. So, and we should establish these clear gateways for sign-off for the client stakeholder representatives as well. So these clear accountabilities are critically important. And one of the key advantages of this approach, if we are agile, is that it fosters innovation during the planning stage for each phase or iteration. And for instance, the team may learn of a better way to present the results to decision makers, and this can be prioritized over other outputs. So taking this iterative approach, agile approach, can be very, very useful. And it's not about additional scope necessarily, it's just about refinements, and it's just getting things better and moving us closer to what's really needed as an output, because these projects take time. I won't linger too long on this, I'm conscious of time, but I'm just sharing with you one trick from a framework called Prince2. And this is all about co-developing product descriptions. My experience has been that stakeholder expectations, they matter with reports, they matter with data, they matter with the software systems. We're used to describing software, perhaps in a manual, but do we really think hard about the design of that? Often yes, but not necessarily with the reports. So establish early what the expectations are through signed off and agreed and co-developed product descriptions of the software, the documents and technical reports, and indeed even the project progress reports. Just keep on top of that, because this stuff will have benefit later. Often these things are reviewed too late in the process and it's a bit of a rush at the end. So it's just one technique that I thought I'd share. Tip number 2, avoid the curse of perfection over progress. What do I mean by that? Well, let me start with a statement that I like. All models are approximations. Essentially, all models are wrong, unfortunately. But some are useful. Of course, we have to keep the approximate nature in mind. So many of you will have heard this saying, and we use these approximations of models of natural systems and reality to support our decisions. And of course, with care and skill, And with the right execution approach, we can get insight from them. However, the desire for perfection, precision, and accuracy can be the enemy of project success and action. The accuracy that a team aims for will be determined by the purpose, scale, and intended audience of the final results, and the actual accuracy that you might achieve depends on many factors, including the hazard projections, the geospatial footprints of the assets, the population estimates, vulnerability functions, etc., etc. However, some models are useful, and we're often aiming for that quadrant, more often than not aiming for that quadrant in the bottom left, where precision is good enough or accuracy is good enough, but we have a degree of uncertainty, tolerable level of uncertainty in our results, and communicating that to stakeholders is important. But I've seen projects stall or trust be undermined by unrealistic expectations about the accuracy and the purpose of the models, and at times a dismissal, or almost in some instances a willful ignorance of the underpinning assumptions, limitations, and constraints. So it's critically important that they are open and transparent discussions. And it's a threat to project success if we don't have that. And it's especially true as we continue to evolve from localized, small scale and traditional empirical assessments to working on large scale across big areas, large complex data sets, and leveraging big data from a variety of sources, including the crowd. We have to be more confident with uncertainty and a lack of accuracy, but sufficient accuracy. Tip 3, it's a team game, so collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. So no risk assessment project succeeds without strong collaboration across a multidisciplinary team. It's not always the case, and often teams are consortia comprised of several partners. This poses a challenge for a project manager like me, but I would encourage all of you to seek evidence of a consortia having worked together before in your RFP, just to make sure they know how to get along. But also, not only is it about collaboration within the consultants team, it extends to interagency collaboration, collaboration with NGOs, local stakeholders, sector agencies, the private sector, development agencies, and many other groups. A component of engagement and knowledge transfer is often tagged on to the end of a risk assessment project. However, in my opinion, it's best to collaborate and engage throughout. And it's particularly important to create a project environment where stakeholders are encouraged to engage with the project in a non-competitive and non-adversarial manner. Now, the CAPRA initiative in South America and the Caribbean has been particularly successful in this regard. However, I must say in India and elsewhere, I've observed a different model where a technical review committee might be appointed to represent the client's interests, but this committee engages with the process, unfortunately, in a slightly combative and adversarial way, and perhaps without a willingness to engage, but more to criticize. And this can be, this can undermine the process, and it obviously undermines trust. So without exception, the outcome has been best when institutions and consultants collaborate from an early point in the program, and that's encouraged. And early, open, and then ongoing collaboration with technical reviewers is far more productive and will yield a better outcome overall. And I'm pleased to say that I think we established that on the DRA in Uttarakhand. And I remember the pivot point, which then turned the project into a more productive endeavor for all of us. And it fosters trust, and trust in turn fosters innovation, flexibility, and drives the agile project development approach forward towards a better outcome. Tip 4, keep it open and really communicate. This concerns data, risk communication, and engagement. So it's an enormous topic in its own right, and I can't cover all of it, but it's dear to my heart. And I would say I have some words of encouragement that I think will make all the difference, but let's run through a few points. Let's continue our efforts to get data out of silos and commit to open data sharing for the benefit of disaster risk management. Let's develop our trust in open source data sources and crowdsourced data. Play with it, run some tests, leverage it. The world is changing in that regard. There are opportunities in utilizing that data. So let's develop our confidence in it. Let's establish clear data sharing policies and practices that work and don't create friction. emphasize the development of documents that make sense to the public and other stakeholder institutes, and that can be a key output from a risk assessment, of course. Engage in the art of storytelling so that people can relate to the data and the facts that emerge, and engage with emerging data visualization techniques. I can't show you all of them, but it's very exciting, that world at the moment, given the evolution of data science. So there's some really engaging techniques emerging. And use language that people relate to. For instance, the percentage chance over your life or an asset's life of this particular earthquake or loss occurring, as opposed to the use of things like return periods. The public does not relate to that, but give them a frame of reference, give them something they can relate to. And of course, it's all about knowing your end users and maintaining that user focus. Another big topic coming up, but anyway, let me say, tip 5, don't reinvent the wheel. I know there's a lot of pragmatism in the room, pragmatists, I'm sure, but I see this a lot. I've seen too many instances where the desire for a fit for purpose or tailored solution, which are the buzzwords that drive it, and perhaps a lack of awareness or ignorance of what's out there, drives projects to develop bespoke solutions, particularly software. I'm still seeing it on World Bank Asian development projects. Unfortunately, that creates risk and threatens the project legacy. I know we all know that. Therefore, it's critically important to build an awareness and understanding of tried and tested tools that are not developed from scratch, but are configured for your needs. And it's not just about the tools, but it's also about prior studies and data sets. Continuity is critical. So building on these and considering the benefits of repeating, updating, and improving upon them rather than starting over again is critically important. I've listed here some global frameworks on the right and some tools on the left there. But these frameworks are a rich source of applicable tools and ideas, but don't necessarily occupy the realm of DRM. Obviously, the exception would be informed risk. But perhaps all of you are not aware of C40 or the Make Cities Resilient campaign from the UNDRR, or their risk exchange partner network, or even the CDRI, which is based in Delhi, which is now looking at resilient infrastructure. Again, tap into this amazing resource that might be, whether communication is being driven perhaps through these groups involved in resilience in a broader sense, and bring that to the DRM realm. On this slide, I've listed some tools. You may or may not be familiar with some of them, but some proven tools. You know, Geonode version 4 is advanced forward. There are many prior projects that have struggled with it. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. And so you can actually see as well here that I've listed things like HOT, OpenStreetMap, which I encourage you to look at. And the final point, before I just a quick recap on Uttarakhand's DRA, is just avoiding the post-project pit. Now, I've made up this acronym, and it refers to the challenge of keeping the wheels turning once we leave, the consultants, and the project is handed over. And it's an ongoing issue, or an issue that I see many times. So there are many factors that jeopardize the lasting impact of a risk assessment: lack of clear accountability and ownership after a project, a lack of follow-up, perhaps in support from the development agencies themselves, staff turnover, poor operationalization during the project. All of these things add up. So I've just added some ideas here that perhaps for future iterations of risk assessment, there could be deliberate attempts to commission more support from the consultants or the consortia afterwards. And so engage 24 to 36 month efforts, and then always aiming to hand over, but use that opportunity to build capacity and ensure there's a softer handover. Become active members of national and global communities using the same tools. And ensure the project has clear goal to embed risk-based planning into annual budgets and planning cycles. Create clear standard operating procedures and share data and training across institutions to create redundancy. Don't put all of your eggs in one basket. Okay, so very quickly, I'm conscious of the time, of course. I just want to summarize where we got to with the DRA of Uttarakhand between 2016 and 2019. I believe the data is still relevant. I think there will be people in the room that might benefit from having a look. And here I've just listed some of the key outputs. There's a final report documenting the methods used. There are hotspot strategies. I talk about those shortly. There's a statewide and district-wide risk atlas. And we also have all the technical dependencies. Hello, I'm back. Give me a thumbs up and then I'll wrap up in 2 minutes. Thank you. So this is the CAPRA framework, which was used in South America and around the Caribbean, and we employed it on the disaster risk assessment of Uttarakhand. It's framework tools, manuals for actually conducting multi-hazard risk assessment. It's still current and being supported by the University of the Andes, and brings in probabilistic risk assessment techniques, which are very useful for understanding uncertainty, of course, and risk in the true sense. We had various outputs. The Atlas was a critical innovation. It wasn't part of the original scope of work, but we decided that we would do this to help the decision makers in the districts, including the district magistrates and all of their staff, because pictures speak louder than words. And so this atlas was a systematic presentation of hazard, exposure maps, vulnerability maps, and risk maps. And all of this is available on the UDMA website still, I notice. Interestingly enough, the results were quite telling. So there've been a lot of concern about the obviously understandable concern about the impact of floods, and this is important. But when you look at the potential exposure of Uttarakhand to natural hazards in the future, having used these models, we can demonstrate that it is it's dominated by the risk from earthquake, and you're sitting in that seismic gap. And if the big one comes, and when we look to the range of scenarios, then it suggests that really investment in preparing for earthquakes across the state will probably be the biggest return on investment. That was the general conclusion, and we were able to differentiate the impact by different types of housing, different sectors, including transport, etc., and government buildings. And we were able to present the losses state by or district by district, and further block by block. And we were able to do many things with the data. So I encourage you to have a look at the final report where it's explained for each of the districts and blocks. Importantly, we're able to give data back. So we improved data sets about exposure, buildings, estimates of the quality of buildings in different districts were fed into the risk model. We gave that information back, a catalog of all that infrastructure, and a catalog of vulnerability functions as well, which you can use again and again, refine and improve if you need to repeat the risk assessment. And we had 14 hotspot management plans, which are templates for how you could develop strategies for risk reduction in different types of communities. And they include urban, tourist communities, and rural communities. I know the slides will be shared, so I won't pause on that too long, but that's where you can find the information. And USDMA may be in a position to share the raw data or the emergent data, the derived data, which would be fantastic. And in conclusion, look, this is an ongoing journey. There are many more constraints and many constraints of executing these projects. I've tried to just list 6 things that I think will help in project execution on these dynamic affairs. And I wish you well with any efforts in that regard. And it will certainly make the effort and investment more worthwhile and valuable. And after all, I guess the final parting thought is there is no sustainable development without effective risk assessment. And I've inserted that, and disaster risk reduction. So this is from the Sendai framework. Thank you very much. Thank you, Swapnamita. I can't hear the the room, the main auditorium. So if there are questions, perhaps give it to the local. Oh, maybe I can hear something now. Do you want to ask any questions, or shall we wrap up? And okay, then I will watch the live stream. Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Well, we had a wonderful presentation, and now we move to Matthew Westboy, and he's going to talk on unraveling the long-term landscape legacies of extreme mountain hazards, implications for holistic disaster resilience and recovery. Wonderful topic. 25 minutes. I'll give you a signal after 20 minutes.
Put this in here. Okay. Oh, everyone can hear me. If you give me a 5-minute warning, I'll try and be quick. Okay. Thanks. Hello, everyone. I'll try and stick to my 20 minutes to leave at least some time for a couple of questions. So thanks again for inviting me to be here. And today, what I'm going to share is some experiences and new knowledge that we've created over the last couple of years on how landscapes respond or recover from extreme geomorphological disturbances. So that's the simple way, I suppose, of this fairly long-winded title. So this is where we are. Everyone's familiar with Uttarakhand and all the hazards and such which affect these landscapes, and also the wider Himalaya and many other mountain regions worldwide. Some previous examples that you're all familiar with that have led up to extreme floods in the region include extreme heavy rainfall affecting the area in 2013, leading to the Kedarnath floods in combination with the glacial lake outburst flood, and there's a connection there. But these landscapes, we can see, these post-flood landscapes are really quite striking. Here we have flood debris and boulders that were deposited by the Gloff that affected this town about 10 years or so ago. And that's a bit of a teaser, I suppose, to the things I'm interested in and what we'll look at very shortly. So this is a very hazard-prone landscape. I don't need to tell anyone that. It's fairly obvious by now. So what I'll do now is give it a bit of a deep dive into the Tremoli event, which many of you will be familiar with. There was a large international effort in the months, days, weeks, and then months after the flood to understand why it happened. Some headlines, I suppose, is it happened in early February, so it was unseasonal in that sense. It happened in a traditionally typically colder part of the year, so it was unexpected in some ways. It was very high magnitude and it was complex. So it began life as an ice rock avalanche. It was mostly bedrock with a glacier perched on top, which detached from Ronsi Peak in the Ronsigad Valley upstream of Joshimath and the village of Rainey. It caused just over 200 fatalities. It destroyed It completely destroyed at least one hydropower facility and really seriously damaged a second one at Tapavan, which is now, my understanding is that that's been largely rebuilt at this point, with huge economic losses involved in these sorts of events. However, what it also did, once the dust settled, is that we ended up with widespread deposition of debris on the valley floor. So I've mentioned that a second time now, this debris in the landscape, and let's park it. We're not going to get there yet. First of all, just a quick recap about the event here. The energy involved in the initial landslide released something approximately to about 15 Hiroshima bombs. That's the energy involved in the release, the cascading down the mountainside, the impact on the valley floor. That's a huge amount of energy, a huge amount of geomorphic work that can then be created or produced as a result of this flow. Volume-wise, about 10 Giza pyramids, or equivalent, I suppose, about 25, 27, I think it was, million cubic meters of material. A huge amount of it. And remember, a lot of that was rock and sediment. The avalanche originated here, high up in the Himalaya. It headed north initially down a relatively small valley, the Ronti Gad, before curving to the left where the valley becomes the Rishiganga River. Here is where it destroyed the Rishiganga hydropower station. Then it joins the Dhauli Ganga. It traveled to the west and did a huge amount of damage to the Tapavan hydropower station at that location, and you would have all seen the pictures in the media at the time and in the days and weeks following. The flow then headed north briefly, followed the course of the river when it became, at the point at which it becomes the Alaknanda. It then proceeded down here towards other hydropower facilities on its way to Srinagar and eventually New Delhi, by which point the river has become the Ganges. So that's the passage, that's the route that the flood took. It reached Srinagar around 24 hours, and by that I mean the suspended sediment plume which was produced by the flood took around a day or so to travel 150 kilometers, and then it was detected at Srinagar. We actually managed to detect the plume from that initial event on the 7th of February up to about 900 to 1,000 kilometers from its source. So these suspended sediments, by their very nature, remain suspended in the water column, and as long as you've got the water there to convey it through the system, you can now use satellite imagery, remote sensing techniques to actually track these plumes. So although most of the damage directly occurred in this kind of domain, and in this domain around here, actually the reach physically of this flood is much, much larger. So much so that in Delhi, this was a Twitter thread at the time, there were water quality issues. A suspended sediment plume at that point, we're talking hundreds of kilometers downstream by the time it gets to Delhi. The impact of the flood was such that it overwhelmed water treatment works in Delhi and caused problems for at least a couple of days. So clearly unexpected in scale, but also reach. No one probably expected that this kind of impact would materialize in the capital city. Heading back upstream then, this is some of the scenes immediately following the flood. This is the remains of the Tapavan hydropower station. And we see, as well as a lot more, a wider active channel area on the valley floor, we see widespread deposits of sediment, mud, silt, but also larger things, boulders, and a lot of cobbles and gravel. So pretty much all size fractions that you'd normally find in these landscapes are represented in these flood deposits. The outcome of that international effort, which involved people here from Wadia and many other Indian institutions, was a paper which got quite a lot of traction. It made it into science and it made headlines for a week or two. However, to quote a phrase that Tom, the previous speaker, used, there was a risk at this point that we would fall into that post-project pit, and that we'd learn a lot through this international effort about what the event looked like, how it unfolded, if you like, the dynamics of this big flood, A whole load of methods were thrown at that, mostly predominantly remote sensing based, but with some on-the-ground eyewitness videos and the things which helped to establish how quickly the flood moved through the system. So it was very impressive and great in a lot of ways. But whilst this was going on, I always had in the back of my mind, well, what happens next? You've just dumped millions of, tens of millions of cubic meters of sediment into this river channel. So where's it all going to go? These are photographs from Amit Kumar, who's sitting at the back there, taken in a year or so after the flood. This is still quite high up in the catchment, and what we can see is that quite quickly, just based on visual interpretation of these photographs, is that the river incised down through the flood deposit. So if you can see my red dot here, this is the upper limit, or the kind of level at which the deposit, certainly in this location, settled. So we're seeing meters and meters of down cutting to something approaching the original kind of valley floor and path of the channel. But effectively what this flood did was, especially in its upper reaches, is it deposited so much sediment that it effectively reset that fluvial system back to something that's known as a zero state, where the river essentially has to carve its path again, not entirely from scratch, but not far off. So the river has to carve through these deposits and find its way. So we knew a huge amount of sediment had been evacuated from the system in the weeks and months and even up to a year following the flood. A couple more photos then, we see a similar thing upstream. This is upstream of Tapavan looking towards Rainy village here. And we see a similar thing. We see a river that's incised down through the flood deposits, and here we see the debris drape. So this shows you how high the initial flood wave, which at this point would have been behaving much like a debris flow, a non-Newtonian fluid, deposited sediment really quite high up on the valley flanks as well. Whether or not that remains accessible to floods or not is questionable. You need a lot of water coming back down the river to access some of these sediments, certainly. But elsewhere in the system, a lot of sediment that remains very accessible. They look a bit like this, as I said, full range of size fractions. These are mostly cobbles and small boulders, but with this kind of finer grained matrix as well supporting it. Very unconsolidated. So to avoid that post-project pit, what we did was we got together a slightly smaller group of scientists from mostly the UK and India, and also from further overseas in North America. And we applied for some money, and NERC, who are the major research funder in the UK, were kind enough to give us some money to undertake what's known as an urgency grant. So that was a 12-month project. We've since got some more money, again through NERC, to extend the work that we've been doing. But basically what we looked to do was establish the short to mid-term legacy of the Chemoli events from a landscape recovery perspective. We know that these large mass flows in various forms, landslides, gloughs, and so on, affect all mountain regions globally, more or less. But what we actually lack in the literature is really detailed studies that look at what happened next. There's many studies which reconstruct individual flood events and gloughs and avalanches and so on, and those are in the majority. What's in the minority is knowledge of how quickly landscapes recover. Fortunately, we're in a really great position now because we have high-resolution remote sensing data, we have flood modeling and hydrodynamic models, I'll show you some examples of those, and of course we can combine that with hard-won field data as well, which is really key. But essentially, we threw a whole load of methods at this problem to try and work out in the short term initially, how did that system respond? This is our studied domain, so here's where the avalanche happened. I've rotated the view ever so slightly, so north isn't quite up. But we focused on a 30-kilometer section of river, which more or less ended just past Joshimath, because this was where most of the new sediments we think were deposited, and also because past Joshimath, the satellite DEM data gets a bit iffy as shadows affect the quality of the data. So we had a DEM, a digital elevation model at very high resolution, which was captured a couple of days after the flood in early February 2021. So we kept that time series going, and we kept tasking imagery, and what you can see here is this is change in the landscape vertically over the course of a year. And and the panels on the right-hand side are really just an expanded version of those that you can see on the left. So where it's red, essentially, this is where those deposits from the flood have been incised into and down cut and removed from that particular location. So you can see lots of red in the catchment, up to 10 meters of incision or removal of material vertically. Here's the Tapavan hydropower. This red stuff here that's been excavated. That's not natural removal of material, but most of the stuff here in the main channel, including where the barrage or under construction barrage is been heavily eroded. Interestingly, the vast majority of material was deposited, we think, based on the DEM data, just around here. So about 10, 11, 12 kilometers from the flood source, there was a huge plug, if you like, of sediment. And it was a vast amount of material. We're talking sort of 6-7 million cubic meters of material. And not surprisingly, that was the stuff that was shifted the quickest and the soonest in the system, certainly in that first year. Here, we had up to 100 meters, certainly in the range of 80, 90 meters, vertical incision in the first monsoon period after the flood carried through. So we had some field data. We had the DEMs, the satellite data, to understand how quickly that sediment is going to be removed from the system. We could use that information to calibrate what's known as a hydrodynamic or landscape evolution model, which in a nutshell, put simply, it sends water through a landscape and you specify certain areas of the landscape as being erodable, and then it removes that material as it encounters it. So what you can see on the top left-hand side here, and I'll show a bigger version of this in the next slide, is the model as it's running, and this is in that location where I said we had that big plug of material. And this is about the first 100 days after the flood happened. And this is a model, so it's only as good as the data that we can feed into it. But we think it's a reasonable approximation of what happened in reality, in that we see the stream channel re-establishing itself and down-cutting and incising into these new deposits and then flushing it through the system. To run the model, if anyone's interested, it's free, entirely free, as long as you have some digital elevation models, some discharge data, which we could get remotely, thankfully, and some grain size information. They're the basics. If you can get this information, you can use it. And very rarely, if ever, has the model been used before in this kind of application. It's very widely used, certainly in the UK and Europe, and there's many hundreds of studies that have used it, but this was quite unique in what we were doing. Again, there's a slightly more detailed, zoomed out view of how this landscape responds, and it's quite mesmerizing to watch. It's quite neat that we can do this. And crucially, we can get numbers and actual data. It's not just a nice animated image. We can get really interesting information out of it. This is another reach a bit further downstream, and the Tapavan hydropower facility is here. And this is 200 days after the flood happened. So you've got, this encompasses that first monsoon period through 2021. And we see a combination of blues and reds. And what we're seeing is alternating zones of mostly erosion by the end of the monsoon period. But you'll see in the early stages of the animation, blue, red, blue, red. So we're seeing the system gradually shift the material through, which is really quite interesting. If we take a step back and pull data out of the models, well, this is what it looks like. And I'll break this down. It looks horrible, but it's not actually too bad to understand. This top graph here, we're seeing two different things. The black line here is water, a discharge in the rivers in that part of the catchment. So we see the Chemoli event happened in February. We get through to April and we start seeing snowmelt kick in and the river starts to increase its discharge. The monsoon then takes over and sustains a high flow through to around September, certainly August, and then a bit of a resurgence in September. What we also see is that in late October, the third week of October, or second week of October in 2021, we actually had an unusually high, it wasn't a cloudburst, but it was a period of around 3 or 4 days where we had exceptionally high rainfall. So very unseasonal, and it exceeds the 95th percentile, so very, very, very rare. The red line, by contrast, shows our modeled estimates of how quickly sediment was removed from that first 30 kilometers of the system. And what we see is that it kind of maps onto what the discharge in the rivers was doing, but not quite. It's sort of front-loaded and squished a bit. And what we're seeing is a huge amount of sediment export, certainly of finer material, in the spring. So before the monsoons even got going, the flow has been capable of shifting through a lot of that sediment. So much so that by the end of that first year, so by 12 months after the Chemoli event happened, just under 70% of the material that was deposited, we think, had been removed from that first 30 kilometers of the system. We see that as the year progressed, this graph at the bottom basically shows how efficient or inefficient this channel has been at removing that sediment. SDR here, if anyone's interested, means sediment delivery ratio. So in the first couple of months after the event, the channels were actually quite inefficient because they were re-establishing themselves. As soon as the water, the flow in the rivers increases, we get an efficient system which kind of oscillates through the monsoon before becoming quite inefficient through the winter again. I talked about turbidity and suspended sediments as well, and the problems that that caused for water treatment plants in Delhi. And this is what happened if we were to put numbers on the turbidity and the in-channel suspended sediment concentrations. For that first year, we see it's a bit patchy because of the satellite data. This one's perhaps a bit better, but essentially we see a huge pulse in suspended sediment coming through the system and causing all those problems initially. And then quite quickly, we have, as we approach the monsoon, very high suspended sediments. And these are 85 and 25 kilometers from the source. That has continued though. So this, we've extended that time series to look at what the turbidity in the channels has been up until more or less present day. I haven't shown the last few months, but what we're seeing is that after the event, turbidity in the channel increases earlier in the year, so there must still be sediment still up in the system that's being accessed as the monsoon flows increase at the beginning of the season. And it also stays elevated for a longer period of time, even in locations like this, which are about 150 kilometers away from the system. So although it was a very short, sharp shock, the event itself, we're seeing that the geomorphological and associated secondary hazards that come along with the event itself have a kind of a long tail, and we think they're going to persist for many, many years. That's not something that's, to my knowledge, is often considered in disaster management and risk assessment and so on. Efforts, quite rightly, focus on mitigating damage and loss from initial events, but actually I would argue that we need to give certainly a bit more attention to what happens after the fact. What we saw is bedload slugs. So this shows coarse material moving through the system. And don't worry, it looks complicated, but the important bits are these dashed lines here. What we're seeing is that certainly in the upper stretches of the river, these sediment waves have been mobilized. And so we're seeing that at 3 different locations, we're getting a big slug of coarse material that's being picked up and shifted through the system. What we don't know is how far through the system those sediment slugs have made it. This is coarse material that causes all kinds of problems, certainly for hydropower turbines, as well as the suspended sediment. And so if there's any hydropower folks in the room, I'd be very happy to talk to you and explain this and see how we can kind of build on it. We intend on doing this and extending it for about another 10, 20, or maybe even 30 years over sort of societally relevant time frames to see what the implications might be. Over time, what we've found is that actually this system is fairly resilient naturally to being able to remove these materials. It has a short relaxation time, which means actually as soon as this material has been inputted to the system, very quickly we have a half-life which decays, so that after about 10 years, there's not a huge amount of it left in the upper part of the catchment. But the question is, where has it gone? You can't remove or eliminate mass altogether. So one hypothesis is that these bedload waves, which I showed in the previous slide, are probably translating further through the system now, and the trick is to try and figure out where they might be and when they might cause some problems, which I would imagine maybe haven't been considered yet. So to do that, we're going to do a whole load of different things, more drone work. We're going to use passive seismics installed near the rivers to understand what the bedload mobility is doing. When does that bedload activate? Maybe we can try and capture where these sediment waves are. And we're going to put some sensors in cobbles, which we're going to drill out and install some tags in so we can track how quickly the sediment is moving through the system in a couple of key areas. So to summarize, the Chamoli event was a cataclysmic event with many parallels to other types of big mass flow hazards in mountainous regions, not just in the Himalaya, but further afield. We threw a whole load of methods at the problem to try and understand how quickly that system would adjust and respond in the years following the event, and we've been relatively successful at doing that, we think. We found that a lot of the sediment was removed, but we now don't know where it's gone, and we're trying to establish that and hopefully engage with end users and stakeholders in the region who might be at risk or at least interested in this kind of information. Most of the flows were achieved during the monsoon. That's fairly predictable. We knew that was going to be the case, although we wanted to put numbers on it. But it also raises new questions. So from a moving forwards perspective, to stick with the theme of the workshop today, we want to establish, moving forwards, where these sediment slugs of coarse material might now be in the system, and whether there are going to be applied implications for things like hydropower, or whether, and if so, if there's a way of mitigating these risks. And this is something which hasn't really been quantified. These are very difficult landscapes to work in, so it presents a huge challenge, but we think we've got the tools to try and at least answer some of those questions over the next 2 to 3 years. Anyway, thanks for your time. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it was a very interesting talk. I just wanted to know what channel you tracked to track the sediment movement to Delhi.
The remote sensing imagery, do you mean?
What channel was that? I mean, which river system you tracked?
Oh, this is the Alaknanda, and then it joins the Bhagirathi and becomes the Ganges at Devprayag, and then it carries on. The suspended, we did track the plume to Delhi. That was another colleague did that work. I haven't been able to show it.
Ganga system.
It goes to the right, sure.
Yeah.
So I think the meaning there was as it passes Delhi. So it doesn't, I know it doesn't, the river doesn't go into Delhi, there's canals and things.
That's probably the canal system.
The
right?
canals, yeah, you're right. The river passes to the north and the east of it.
Okay.
But roughly it got to that location, roughly where Delhi is.
Yeah,
it didn't directly affect
It's a canal system.
Yeah.
So it's a more of a controlled channel system from, probably from Haridwar, I guess. So have you inbuilt these two things? Because one is the natural system until Haridwar, and then from Haridwar to Delhi, it was probably a controlled system, controlled channel.
And that's a very interesting point, because what we have there in the system is some disconnectivity, which has been introduced by barrages and things.
Right.
So we haven't explored that in detail, but we're going to. That's the next phase of the plan, because with all this satellite data, we can start to disentangle, well, what's the combination of natural processes versus flushing of hydropower reservoirs and things, which also control the timing and the magnitude of that sediment.
And what was the role of these hydropower, like at Srinagar? Whether they were responsible for holding the sediments for a while or what?
We're not sure
You're
yet.
not sure.
We know that they probably absorbed a lot of the suspended sediment initially. How much of the coarse material has got further down in the system, we're not sure yet. It's probably going to get there at some point, but we're trying to establish when.
I think the bed load is still there.
It's still
Suspended load has moved.
We think it's still coming further down. That system remains very steep for quite some way. And we know the monsoon can shift a lot of material. It has enormous capacity for flow conveyance. So we'll see. That's what.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Time for one more question. Thank you.
Thank you.
अभी तो माइक तो जो वो होगा नहीं है तो वो अभी टॉक फिर लगेगा तो मिलेगा
सर सीज वन रजिस्टर
इंग्लिश ला दो हेलो
Yes. So the next talk is a recorded talk, but we have Professor Kees van Westen, and I think everybody has heard of him. He is an amazing person in the field of multi-hazard. Okay, Disha, thank you.
Afternoon. My name is Kees van Westen from the University of Twente in the Netherlands. We'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me for this presentation. Unfortunately, I can't be here personally, but I'm happy to give a contribution online. My contribution will be on multi-hazard risk assessment in Himalayan context. We will look at opportunities and challenges. So when we are looking at this topic, we are considering, say, different important components of multi-hazard risk assessment, say, changing multi-hazard risk for disaster risk reduction, with the aim to model how different hazardous processes, mass movements and others in the same area change over time and how they affect risk and decision making. And so we would have the changing component here, which focuses either on slow or fast changes, slow changes related to climate change or land use change, and fast changes related to post-disaster changes that have a high dynamics in terms of the hazard processes that would take place. And they could also be planned changes into mitigation, preparedness planning, and recovery after disasters. So they deal with multi-hazards being with different origins, as we will see different triggers, but also different hazard interactions. The risk is described in terms of different risk components, exposure, vulnerability, capacity, using different methods and also different risk metrics, and applied at different scales. And it has applications in disaster risk reduction for specific purposes, as mentioned here, with applications in different countries. So what we would like to show here is which methods for multi-hazard risk assessment would be applicable in which situations, depending on which type of hazard we are looking at, with what data availability we are dealing with. Do we have a scarce data environment and a rich data environment, and how about the individual hazard components? At which scale we are working, whether it's national up to municipal or local level, and most importantly also for which purpose. So with the purpose of the risk assessment also very much determines what type of risk mitigation for risk assessment method would be appropriate. Currently we are involved in a project also in Nepal, together with the World Bank, for developing a framework on multi-hazard risk assessment, exactly addressing these aspects for the Nepalese situation. So when we're dealing with multi-hazard risk, we would have multiple hazardous events that have hazard interactions that deal with different frequencies and intensities. They interact with elements at risk that have all their specific characteristics with respect to their spatial entities, their types, the characterization, their dynamics as well. They result in exposure, which can be quantified. The overlay of the hazard intensity with the elements at risk can be also quantified in terms of physical vulnerability, for example, using fragility curves or vulnerability curves, or expressed also in other types of vulnerability using indicators. And these are integrated into risk, which is a probability of losses of a certain type. We do this by looking at the different hazards and also very much at their interactions. So which of these methods we could apply depends very much on the objectives. And so that's why it's also very important to map out what are the aims for the risk assessment to be carried out at different scales, ranging from a national scale, where very often it would be focused on prioritization of particular regions with respect to further studies of funding for risk communication, but also for national early warning systems, multi-hazard early warning systems, impact-based forecasting. At the municipal, provincial scale, this would be already a different set of possible applications, where we would look at the effects of climate change, population change, land use change. Spatial planning is a very important aspect at that provincial level. Environmental impact assessment, for example, related to infrastructure projects, but also early warning. And then at the municipal scale, again, different aims and objectives could be there. Again, spatial planning, regulatory zoning could be important, building control, design of mitigation measures. And so all these different approaches, different types of applications, may require different types of risk assessments. So when we are looking at multi-hazards, we also look at multi-hazard interactions. And if we do that in a Himalayan context, we would have to look also what are the specific hazards that would be occurring within such a context. The UNDRR has made a very extensive evaluation of all the possible hazards, 302 to be precise. If we're looking at the Himalayan context, we would take a number of those out. For example, hazards related to earthquake sequences that are also, say, cascading events. The post-earthquake rainfall sequences that would be focusing on how in a post-earthquake situation there would be more sediment available to be mobilized in landslides, debris flows, and eventually also sedimentation leading to more severe floods. The glacier or permafrost related events, the monsoon related events, and also the dry season related events that would be more related to heat waves, drought, wildfires, drought after flood, and the human induced hazard. So these would have a particular relationship with each other. So hazard relationships are very important as they control also the way we would analyze the hazards, but also the risk. So the different authors have classified various types of multi-hazard interactions. Here, one example as we have developed in a framework that we applied with a number of different interactions, independent events where two events have no direct relationship and could be evaluated separately, compounding events where basically independent processes happen, say, close to each other and worsen the situation. Coupled events that are events that have a relation with the same trigger, say extreme rainfall, and various processes occur at the same time and might affect also the same elements at risk. Cascading events, so triggers that would act as domino stones and say triggering a sequence of events, and eventually also conditional events. So an event that would change the conditions of the landscape so that it is more susceptible to another event, like say wildfire followed by a rainfall event causing more debris flows or floods. So in assessing the risk, we would be having to deal with these multi-hazards in the risk calculation. So we could look at how they affect the hazard intensity modeling. These would be different for each of those types of events, how they affect the hazard frequency, and how they would affect the exposure and the vulnerability. And say within these different hazard interactions, you would have a different approach in assessing the hazards and eventually also the risk. In order to be able to do this type of work, we need to be relying a lot on historical events. And so there are many different tools that have been developed over the years now to come up with better inventories. And here I focus for the moment on landslides, ranging from remote sensing data to ground-based data, but also UAV is a very important aspect. So these have resulted in a number of new developments in landslide inventory mapping, where we can now generate automated landslide classifications using deep learning for most of the areas, which has become a very supportive tool in rapid mapping of landslides. We are now also working on this transfer learning for automated landslide classification, so that you build up a training data set from specific areas that you could apply also in other regions, thereby increasing the speed of generating landslide inventories. Also, there are developments to automatically derive the type of landslides from such kind of images, and also look at landslide components, so the scarps and the accumulation areas. And also landslide volume classification will be also one of the challenges that is coming up that we are looking at also. Within another very important component in the development of landslide inventories is the applicability of INSAR. Radar interferometry has been applied now extensively in many areas. We have also, we're collaborating with colleagues from China and also in another project with colleagues from Pakistan in developing, inventories of slow-moving landslides over large areas in part of the Hindu Kush Himalaya region, where we characterize them based on a series of satellite data from a range of number of years and mapping the velocity, and then characterizing also in the field using, also Google Earth images, do a visual interpretation, which is then corroborating the INSAR-based measurements. Here, another example of such work done in Pakistan in this example, where we investigated slow-moving landslides in a part of Chitral district in northern Pakistan, where we measured slow-moving landslides over a period of time and measured them with a velocity of about 30 to 40 millimeters per year. But also we discovered that there was a large seasonality, seasonal deformation patterns that might be interpreted to be controlled by the influence of snow melt. And so that was also the starting point for one of our PhD students that is now doing this for a very large part of Pakistan. Another type of application is the relationship between landslides and seismic events. Ground motion simulations, they solve wave equations in space and time, thus producing detailed estimates of the shaking time series. It's important for geomorphologists to understand what ground motion parameters or combination of parameters is more suitable to explain the co-seismic landslide distribution. And to address this, we developed a method to select the best ground motion simulation using a combination of synthetic aperture radar and strong motion data. Upon selecting the best simulation, we further developed a method to extract a suite of intensity parameters, which we use to analyze co-seismic landslide distributions. Here are some examples of the results. Our results show that beyond the virtual unanimous use of peak ground acceleration velocity displacement, different shaking parameters could play a more relevant role in landslide occurrence. These are not necessarily the product of peak ground motion, but are linked to displacement, frequency, content, and shaking duration. So these also are novel methods of representing such type of information. Another application we'd like to demonstrate here is the work that has been done using deep learning and extreme value theory in Nepal, using landslide data from different periods, correlating them with satellite-derived, with ERA5 reanalysis data for the period 1988 to 2018, using that relationship then to, in combination with climate prediction from two major scenarios, SSP 245 and SSP 258, which then shows what would be the possible increase of landslide hazards for the, say, moderate climate scenario and for the more drastic climate scenario. These are just some examples of methods that could be applied. So we then come to the part where we're looking at which risk assessment approaches could be used. They range from qualitative to quantitative, and each one of them would have their own advantage and disadvantage. We also have developed, say, our own risk assessment tool, because many of the existing tools have also certain limitations that make them less applicable in certain situations. So we developed a tool which is called Risk Changes, which is a web-based tool. It's a multi-hazard tool that also deals with multiple assets, has its inbuilt vulnerability database, and allows users to calculate multi-hazard risk. Here, a simple example of how this is being done, with the hazard element at risk, vulnerability as starting points, and hazard maps from different return periods are combined with the elements at risk to calculate the exposure, then integrated within vulnerability curves, and then providing loss information for specific return periods, which are then combined into a loss curve. We apply this method also in different areas. Here, an example from Nepal, where we applied it for risk-sensitive land use planning in a USAID-funded project in 2 municipalities, and where we assessed the flooding, landsliding, earthquake, and fire hazards using different methodologies, and then also mapped out the building stock for the area and classified that within the number of building types, which are then linked to vulnerability curves, and where we then did an exposure analysis for each of these type of hazards, resulting in a quantified number of buildings exposed to different levels of intensity. These are then combined with physical vulnerability information for the different types of hazards. Here, flooding, landslides, and earthquakes are being shown, resulting then in loss estimations that provide flood loss, landslide loss, or earthquake loss for different combinations of elements at risk, and also for different return periods. Completely different scale of analysis is a national scale, where we did this work in Tajikistan, where we developed a platform for multi-hazard risk assessment, which allows to query hazard maps. So here you see examples of hazard maps that are, say, queryable by administrative unit, or elements at risk that could be evaluated. Then in combination, we can analyze exposure for administrative units, and followed by the loss and the risk for those specific units. and eventually also allowing local authorities to make a report for their own specific area, representing, say, combinations of hazard types and elements at risk types. We also work with local communities in this to do this at a more detailed level, using a number of different, say, tools here, and in terms of also reconstruction decisions after major events have taken place, together with non-governmental organizations, in order to derive at safer housing. We also develop a platform for the direct and indirect loss estimation, which is carried out within a European project called Paratus, with many partners. That is the aim of that is to develop this platform over the coming 3.5 years that contains a number of building blocks that allow to assess direct and indirect impacts from multiple hazards. One of the components there is a flood modeler that calculates the flood in a very rapid way and can be used also in terms of a direct decision support tool. It is also being applied, for example, in Nepal, here in an example where it's being used in an area within Nepal. We use a concept of impact chains within this project, where we trying to look at the hazard interactions and also how the impacts cascade through a system, and do that systematically for different historical events to learn what would be the sequence, and then apply that for future events, and trying to also quantify wherever possible the interrelationships between the different hazards interactions, but also the cascading impacts. This is a project which is ongoing. We hope to show you more results later, and we also linking that to projects in the Himalayan region. If you have interest to know more, please visit our website, which is paratusproject.eu. I thank you very much for your attention.
You can thank him, because I think I'm not able to do that from here. Yeah, I know. But he's not present there now.
Sir, he has written just now.
Huh.
Do you want to read it out? You can. He is writing. He has written that it is good to hear that you could download the data, and I am watching it online while multitasking. The other presentations are very interesting, and congratulations.
So let's just thank you.
Yeah. Very good. I'm happy. Yeah.
Last talk of the day is Afroz Ahmad Shah, please.
Sorry, okay. Okay. Can I get the...
I'll give you... Can you give the talk again? Because I think...
He's already here.
It was here.
No, Shah. See this Shah, yeah. Okay. Give me the pointer. So yeah. It's on, right? Not many people. Is it on? Okay, right. Very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Afroz. I'm from Brunei. I work as a senior assistant professor. And my work is mainly related to hazards. So I think what I'm going to do today is to conclude what we have done so far. Is it not working? Yeah, sorry. I can get that mic also. That's fine. I mean the one which is in the hand because I move around.
Sound check करो. Can I check that?
Yeah, you can check what? Okay. Is the placement like should be here or is fine? Hello? Is it fine now?
Audible. Yeah, it's there.
Yeah, because some here and all.
Just keep it here, cause for the connection.
Where?
In the pocket.
There's no pocket. Sorry. Okay, can you hear me now? Is this double? Okay, great. So what I'm going to do, I will more or less conclude what we have done so far here. As you can see, the title is Understanding the Transition of Hazards to Disasters. So the main focus is how the hazards are basically transiting into disasters. And the disaster, I mean, if you ask me, if you ask me, I would say that there should not be any Congress called a disaster management because we will not have disasters in the first place. And that is the mission, what I will be trying to understand. So for disaster management, there are three major things that we need to consider. One is that the scientific and engineering institutions, which we all are part of, and then we have the administration, and then we have public. I come from Kashmir, and I can tell you that the problem is the science is not translating into action. And I'll be talking here for the whole day, maybe from the next year I'll be talking again about the management, but on ground there will be absolutely no action. I've been writing newspaper articles for more than 10 years, and my brother is constructing a house in Kashmir, and he did not contact me asking me how I should build an earthquake resilient like a house. Now you can understand that is the problem. It's not like they don't have money, they have money, like he has money to do that. But I do not, sorry, see again, it's not working, right? Can you hear me? Okay, I can shout. That's fine, okay, that's fine, I can manage now. So as you can see, the problem is how the scientific thing is not really going into administration. Again, another problem is why are scientists and engineers not sitting in one place? I mean, I fail to understand this. Because see, I'm here for what? I'm here to basically do something so that I can save lives. If I can publish in Nature and not save lives, I'll not be happy for that. Because my main aim is to actually save people, save lives, save animals, you know, the plants and other types of life. So the problem is, okay, science is there. I mean, if you go back to scientific, the wisdom, is more or less 200 years we have spent in earthquake sciences. And they will tell you the same thing. Your building should be strong. Why are our buildings not strong? Am I adding anything new? No. I'm telling the same story. Maybe I'm adding new science to it. I'm understanding how faults work, how basically, how the faulting process works. But I'm not adding to that wisdom anything new. But on ground, it's not working. So therefore, there has to be a very strong connection with administration. If you do not make this connection, I can tell you I will be here for next 10 years talking this, but there will be Joshima, there will be other disasters, there will be Kashmir in 2014, we had a huge flood there. There will be problems, the Pakistan earthquake where we lost 80,000, which can easily be managed. But we lost 80,000. Recently, we lost almost 2,000 people in a very small earthquake in Afghanistan. You know Afghanistan's condition. Like the small earthquake can create a huge problem. So as you can see, the problem is here that the administration is not taking the scientific science into action. So, and then public is like, okay, public, what is public? We are scientists, we have nothing to do with the public. They should be here. I should have one section of people sitting next to us talking. I mean, all of these people should be here if we really want to address the problem, if we really want to solve it. If we really want to just like keep on adding titles and increasing our H index by publishing a lot of papers, that can work. But then we will not be really solving the problem, which is the main problem, is how managing the disasters. So as you can see, earthquakes,
For example, in terms of the science, the challenge is not like in science we have a lot of challenges in terms of the earthquake science. As Professor Gupta has rightly said, there are basically seismic gaps. These probably are knowledge gaps. How do we know there are seismic gaps? We do not have really that strong evidence to say how far can you go. You can't really go that far in terms of the trenching. And so whatever information we have is limited. Therefore, there are huge challenges, and you are here to solve those challenges. We had seen 2005. You can ask still many people in scientific community. They will say this earthquake was not expected. Why not? I mean, just tell me why not. Same thing with 2004. Any person who knows ABC of subduction system, they know that all subduction systems are capable of producing megathrust earthquakes, and they are related to tsunamis. So if we say the tsunami hazard is new thing, I will be surprised. Any student will be surprised. Why? Because, and then we have realized, then when we studied, then we see, oh, there was tsunami. So the problem is that we need something really bad to happen. I think it's probably the psyche of humans, and then we start acting. We're not really solving the problem. For example, you've seen most of if you read papers in terms of hazards and earthquake hazards in what do you call this, India-Eurasia subduction, this convergence, collision. Most of these papers are published on frontal fault. It becomes just like a fashion. Frontal fault is very active. Everybody goes there. The question is, do you understand the process? Do you understand why are not earthquakes in the interior areas? And when you have an interior area earthquake, then you're saying, hey, this is a surprise. No, this is not a surprise. This is a surprise for people who do not understand how basically the collision system works. And if you ask anyone, like they will understand, okay, just like, for example, the two cars are colliding, the front is going to get hit more, but other people on the back will also have some impact. They will have less impact, but they will have some impact. And that was the motivation that we looked into the interior of the collision zones, and we found a lot of evidences that there are actually active faults within the interior Himalayas also, right? Same thing as I said, the tsunamis. So there is a lot of science that you can basically work on and then do a great job. Here, you have seen, just a few days back, I think, we had an earthquake. Again, this is a huge debate on that. This is a new paper just published. Earthquakes are sometimes twins. Sometimes they can be triplets, but rarely there are quadruplets, right? So you can have 4 earthquakes. Normally they were saying, okay, here's a subduction zone. It is locking, it's locking. It's going to have big earthquake later. But that was the main consensus. But then you have small earthquakes happening in Afghanistan. Why do you have 4 earthquakes? Why not just 1? See, it's again challenging the main consensus that we had, that there will be a big earthquake and not the small earthquakes that can release in different times. So they are now understanding how things work. I'll show you later some of the examples from field. They're not really from the active area, but it is actually an area very interesting because it depends on how faults interact, how the two faults interact, or how the fault is bending or not. Therefore, whatever we are understanding, you cannot keep one number on a particular fault unless and until you really understand it. And I think that's really something that young people can understand. So faults connect us. I mean, this is a big motivation for me, because if you understand that how faults connect us, look at this beautiful fault. Some will say, no, it's not beautiful, it's causing earthquake. For me, it's beautiful. Like, you got a subduction system here, and then it changes into the collision system. We are connected, right? All these like from South to Southeast Asia, if you really understand this whole system, what do you need to do? You need to collaborate, right? Don't keep the border so tight that I cannot do field work somewhere else where I want to really learn. So there has to be like a very strong scientific community, particularly in Asia, in South and Southeast Asia, where we can come together and have restriction-free field work and everything to understand it. What hazards tell me? Hazards tell me that it connects people. It doesn't differentiate between lines. It differentiate between what we have so-called the geographical lines. We actually follow tectonic lines. And they, as I said, it connects all of this. You can see these earthquakes. So whenever disaster happens, if it happens for example, in neighboring Pakistan, or it happens in Nepal, it can impact India also. It happens with us, it can impact other countries. So same thing we have seen here. Like, you have seen this more or less impacted. So if you have a huge this disaster, it impacts more countries. So, now this is like typically considered, as I said initially, what is called the in-sequence faulting is the people who are working in the collision zones. They're like, okay, you have a collision, then there will be a fault, it gets activated, and then the new fault comes in the front. That's like what is called the in sequence. Now sometimes what happens, this guy, the old one, gets activated. Now don't ask why, right? It gets activated. It hasn't moved. No, I want to activate now. Because people were in it thought, okay, this is the model that everybody accepts. I want to accept this model. So therefore what happened? Because of this model, everybody was concentrating here. They're not putting eye on the backside, right? And then if an earthquake happens at the backside, it can create trouble. So what I'm saying is that I really don't think that this model works. What I feel is, and when I was looking into the papers, there's a paper by Morley. He actually used a very good term. He used regressive. So he used a regressive term in terms of the, and I think that's a really nice term, because this is very aggressive. This is regressive. This is not like it's not going to activate. It will activate sometime. We don't know what, but we should not say that these are not active. So again, yeah, this is about the 2004, as you can see here, when they digged into this area, and they found these. You can see that highly variable recurrence of tsunamis in this 7,400 years of history. So what I was trying to point out was that subduction zones have a history of tsunami hazards. So therefore, we should basically, wherever we have subduction zone, we should keep in mind that we have to make sure there's a very strong tsunami warning system in that area, even if we do not have history of earthquakes. Now, this is really interesting. If you look at these earthquakes, this area looks really random, right? And here is more or less systematic earthquakes coming out from this. And that can easily tell you that there are two different, the collision is not symmetrical, it's asymmetrical. Here is more or less symmetrical, but here definitely not. So therefore, this seismicity and this tectonics is different compared to this one, even though they are same area. And again, as I said, this is something for young people to explore, but I can tell you that this is totally different than this one. There's no match. So we cannot match hazards of this with this one. The hazard will be different. And as you can see from seismicity, almost no seismicity here, then we have earthquakes recently there. So this was considered, okay, it's not really seismic. And what I want to, like from this image, which I created, look at these beautiful areas where you have normal faults. As most of you know, you have India colliding, you would expect thrusts. Most of the thrusts will be north-south, northwest, southeast will be the strike. But why are you creating normal faults? And also the thrusts. There are thrusts here which go basically northeast, southwest. I mean, how can you do that? What it tells you, these are young active faults. That clearly tells you that the way we are thinking about how it is happening here does not work, at least in this area. And remember, this is the area where you have the turning of this whole system of the faults, right? So therefore, the way we are thinking about this area is different here. Now, another important thing is that we have a lot of normal faults here. And they were talking about these lakes, and we have one paper on this where when we map more or less types of lakes, we found a very strong correlation with faulting. And you have the faults, for example, in this area. Most of these lakes are basically sitting in a pull-apart basin. And here they are sitting mostly in rifts. You have a rift, and the lake is there, it's filled with water. So that is very important for particularly people who are working on lakes. That's why I was in that Congress. I was the only geologist there, but I deliberately went there. The reason was because if you ask any people who are working in lakes, they will have absolutely no understanding about geology. There's no link to geology. But as you can see, there's a strong link between geology and how the lake formation happens. Because remember, whole thing, whatever is here, is an outcome of interaction of India with Eurasia. So how can you basically take it out? This is the base. Your everything is happening here because of the interaction of the two. So if you are not using that information to tell stories about your lakes or whatever, it's not going to work. And that is a fact. And I can show you many examples like that. Therefore, there should be a strong collaboration between people from different disciplines. Now, this is a map which we created. We're still working on it, so it is not final. But as you can see, that, now why it is not final? I like this kind of maps. What it shows you, it actually shows you the rupture length, how big a rupture will be in that particular segment of the fault. Because remember that the faults are segments, and this segmentation is mostly based on where I found that there is a change in the strike of the fault. And I use this change in the strike, plus also we use the dip information from the earthquakes, and also where there are basically, where we have information about subsurface structure, mainly from Nepal area. So we need seismic sections. Do you understand? If you really want to understand this, we need seismic sections throughout this area so that we know subsurface. Otherwise, all the models that we will make, I can tell you, they will not going to work. You can write it down now. Why? Because these faults, most of them are blind. And we don't have at the surface structure, we can see it. So they are actually coming from, let's say, 15 kilometers or more than 10 kilometers depth. We don't have that information. So how can I make a model of saying how big this rupture area will be if I do not have that information, right? And therefore, as I said, like those are things that you need to consider while making a model about the whole area and how big an earthquake can rupture in this area. Now, Kashmir is earthquakes, the tectonic storytellers, right? And so here, like you can understand why is Kashmir there in the first place. This is something really beautiful basin, not like I am from there, but it is beautiful. Like you have seen this, it has a huge mountains surrounded by a nice basin. Look at the basin is parallel to the major fault, frontal fault. So it's not coincidence. It's not coincidence that it's like this. I would like, okay, Kashmir basin, can you be like this, right? But it's not like that. It has like a length like this. It goes parallel to the northwest southeast section. And then, okay, fine, it is a pull-apart basin, it's a piggyback basin. Then piggyback basins form like this. You got like a fault sitting on top. Okay, you got a basin here. But then who is stopping it from both sides? Like how can you have the basin constrained between these two things? Because the fault is parallel. So this is something that still we do not have an answer to yet. And there is one person, it's called, the Burbank. He has worked a lot on this area. But I think, I asked the same question to him. He still doesn't have this answer. So we do not understand yet. But there is like, what I understand was that this basin was somewhere here, and then it has tilted to this position. That's what my understanding. But I feel that it is tilted, and that's why it was initially, a foreland basin somewhere here, and then it was tilted before this started rising. Then the mountains rise later, and that's where its present position is. That's my conceptual model. Again, based on my crazy understanding, but we need more evidence to basically prove that. But again, as I said, that this is something really exciting and interesting basin to look at. Here, look at this Indus River. The river follows a fault. How can a river cut through the whole thing? Same thing goes here, right? You got a river, and then suddenly it changed track. How? And it goes basically, it follows a basin and then runs on the mountains from basin to mountain, right? So there is a very structural control on what we see here, something we need to learn, right? So as I said, the out-of-sequence faulting, I think, is not really something that we should be basically writing. We should basically call them as regressive faults, and we can discuss more on this. Now, I highlighted some of the faults that are really alien. And one of those are this normal fault and these, so the lines that I'm putting, they are strikes. So remember that we are only expecting these strikes. The strikes are going like this, clearly telling you that there is extension happening here, and also telling you that there's compression, there's a structure which is basically going from here and then turns like this. And that's why we have thrusting there. So therefore, that structure has to be active, and it is active. As you can see, the normal faults there, so reverse faults there. So therefore, if tomorrow there were an earthquake on this, it will not be a surprise. Okay, we expect those earthquakes to be there. Okay, great. So is there a link between active tectonics and flood hazard? There are many people who actually question me on this, like how can you relate earthquakes with floods? As I said, that people are disconnected with these. I was like, no, there is a strong connection. Topography is created. Okay, here, these are the mountains, right? You're rising the mountains, and when the mountains rise, the river starts forming. How can you form a river in the plain? Right? So these rivers are forming here, and they're making big gorges because you are actually rising the mountains. So how are you saying that this is not connected with the river? how is it like that? There's no disconnect, there's a direct link. And as I said, this is a problem because most of the geology and geographers, we are not sitting together, it's very good, but most of them, they are not sitting together. Just like we are not sitting with engineers. And that's why this disconnect, this whole disconnect is because of that. And again, if you really understand this, it actually tells you the same story that you need to communicate with each other. You can't make disciplines just like for sake of disciplines. You have to communicate and then you can actually learn to understand more about hazards or whatever it is. So Earth structure makes us, the Earth is like that, it makes us basically colleagues. So here what I've seen is that you have, if you have visited Kashmir, you will see it, that this area is, the subsided and this is uplifted. This was basically a lake in the past. You can have the lake deposits there. That's a big story. Just to tell you that this story at least, that here we have an uplifted area and this is subsided. So therefore what happens? When you uplift this, you basically have this area up, so there will be more carving of the rivers. So they will bring more sediments and they will put those sediments somewhere here. And that, what is going to happen? Because it's a basin, so that it's going to build up sediments, and that is going to create more hazards, flood hazards, right? And if you look what happened during 2004 floods, yeah, that's 2014. This is paper I published in 2013. This is coming from 2014, and this is actually the tectonic-geomorphic boundary that I marked from the paper, and now I mark it on the flood. You can see that it clearly marks that boundary, and flooding is not crossing that boundary. So my paper was in 2013, and this flood was in 2014. So as you can see that there's a clear link that this area is subsided topographically, and that's why this whole area is actually inundated, including Srinagar, and it accumulates water for quite some time. Almost, you can see the timing. See 35 days. 35 days water. How much of the problem is happening to the local people, and they were disconnected, like the schools and everything. It's a huge trouble, and also the depth. So now another important thing is the complex world of measuring displacements. For example, we have used GPS to measure the slip rates. We're also using the slip rates from satellite images, right? And what I want to highlight is that slip rates are going to change, and that's why from one paper to another, when you read slip rates, you're like, why are they different? They have to change, and the reason for that is because we can. Okay, sure. I'll show you in a moment why. Because faults are basically not lines; they're zones. Number one, if there's a big zone of fault here and small zone here, this area will have small displacements more, and this will have more displacement. So therefore, the slip rate from one segment of the fault to the another segment of the fault is going to change, and it is bound to change because from structural evidence we have very strong evidence to prove that. So I will take you to that the evidence to Borneo. Again, here what I want to highlight is, look at this. This megathrust comes here and turns. So some of you who are interested in tectonics, go and work here, because this is fascinating. How can you have a subduction system turning almost to 180 degree, and then you have huge basin formation, they're very young basins forming right here. So I have some of the examples from Brunei, where we found really beautiful structures. Look at this. This is actually an area where we took this drone. So it's a drone image, and this is mainly sandstone and shale. So these guys are sandstone, as you can see. You can see the legend here, right? So somewhere there. And then you can see there is basically fault. It has a wider zone here. Just look at the photograph was taken from from here. It's an aerial view. So it is wider. The zone is very wide, and it gets narrower as you go down here. You can easily see why, right? Here, what is happening here? It is dominated by shale. And what is happening here is dominated by sandstone. So what is going to be slip rate here? It's going to be more. It's the same fault. Displacing right now. Displacing more here, less here. Why? Because of what is here. What is it displacing? So this is something really interesting to understand, that sandstone has porosity, right? It has more pores. So you can basically make a lot of big, these zones of displacement. When you have a big zone of displacement, you basically have more room to relax, right? So that's why you actually have a lot of room, and here you have less, so that displacement is going to be more. And I think it's very interesting to find this kind of information in the Himalayan faults, the active faults. We can't do that. Why? You know that when you open seismic, trench, it's really difficult to basically map the trench because of this soft sediments. This one is, so in terms of active faults, if the active faults are going through very old rocks, it will be easy to see it. But for young, I think it's a bit difficult. And look at this beautiful structure. So here what has happened, fault comes here, turns. And when it turns, it actually makes what you call a compressional bend. And most of the deformation is concentrated here. So in other words, you take a sample here, no deformation. You take a sample here, highly deformed. You go a little bit out, not really much deformation. So you can see the deformation profile change. Just, okay, go from here. It's not much deformation here. There will be a lot of deformation here. Why? Because it's actually a compressional band. So the and now think about this in terms of the big, these areas, big faults, they can do the same thing. They can actually lock deformation mostly in one area. Okay, sorry, I'm running more or less there. So, okay, another challenge, I have 5 minutes, right? No? Oh, because there's no one, great. Okay, so the other challenges are that the morph in hazards into disasters. I am from Kashmir, as I said earlier. My brother did not listen to me, so nobody listens there. I don't know why, so that administration should check. We need some checkpoints on that. So again, this is an area which has been flooded. Here, look at this. This area is hugely flooded, was hugely flooded, but there is so much of, what do you call this, the urbanization going on. I can't check it, right? It is the administration job. Scientists can't do it. We don't have a say in this. Now, all the houses, this is a new house, right? It's going to crumble like a car of deck during an earthquake, unfortunately. Look at these beautiful houses. Beauty lies in safety, not in this. Just keep that in mind. So here, all the houses, they were much more better, and we had been discussing this in the morning also. So we come from, what is called? This is called a regression. This is not called a progression. How is it progression? We go from safe to unsafe side. I mean, how is it development? Just tell me. And this is something that we need to think about. And now this is really interesting and very important. This was 1895. Unfortunately, the Srinagar should have been built on the present site. This is Walter Lawrence, the valley of Kashmir Valley. What I'm telling you right now was already there. Why people have not listened to them? I mean, just tell me, how are we going to change this world? If there's wisdom, there's everything. Well, I don't know how we don't want to change. I mean, this is really unfortunate. Okay, we must turn challenges into opportunities, okay, because you are the people who are going to make this happen. You have to make sure that hazards are not morphed into disasters. And we did this in the science outreach activity. You just do that. And this is something that I will stop here. That what you should be doing is this. So I actually, apart from science, right, apart from publications, which is normal thing, I also do this science outreach, local newspapers. You can write in any language, which is very good, but it's very important to interact with people and make some progress on that. Okay, thank you very much, and sorry for taking more time. Okay. If you have questions, I'm ready now.
I think we have had a lovely session, and it's indeed a great pleasure that Wadia Institute organized such a wonderful pre-conference workshop and got some outstanding people to give a talk. And a lot of credit to the Wadia Institute, Dr. Sen, and this lady here who ran all after us and all about us. And now I'll give it to you to say anything that you wish to.
You can say that the messages that all the speakers.
Now, all the messages which are given by individuals, they are being displayed, and it is a take-home kind of a thing. And so starting from the first talk till the last talk, I think there are messages, and meticulously done, please. My compliments to you and all your team who did this beautiful job. I think it has been a wonderful day, and I don't know whether it would be worthwhile to think of a special issue, a special publication. We can even consider in natural hazards, and any other place would be good. But then, of course, there should be time, and it should not be a material which has been already published and rehashed, etc. Because a lot of material here which is already published. So I think I'd like to call on Kalachan Sen, the architect, if he has some last word to say before we close this. Okay, he'll come and do it.
Good evening. First of all, I thank Professor Harsh Gupta ji for accepting our invitation in spite of his very busy schedule and moderating the sessions on a very important topic, Himalayan hazards and way forward. An entire day he is with us, and we have heard different aspects related to landslides, earthquakes, glacial lakes outburst, glacial avalanche, extreme fluvial systems, etc., and some sort of way forwards, what we can do so that not only into the Indian Himalayan region, but wherever we are having this type of disasters, I will be able to build the resilience for sustainable growth, for socio-economic development. I'm extremely happy to see till now there are some people listening till the end of the day, and I am very sure that the deliberations made by the experts in different areas have made us or have provided a lot of rich fruits to take home. And you have seen at the end, we have got that message, we have got the concluding remarks, we have got the take-home message. And with this message, if you go home and remember what we have heard today and rekindle ourselves what we can do as a responsible citizen, particularly we are having lot of disaster-related phenomena in the present climate change scenario, in various other phenomena is also taking place. So what we have understood from this and then take further so that we will be able to live with those disasters. Professor Harsh Gupta started with the same word, and I am ending that we have to think in different way, innovative way, that will lead us to live with these disasters, and will build future for the next generation, of course for us. But if that way we work, we do our research, we advance our research, definitely the motive of the World Congress on Disaster Management, this is the 6th Congress on disaster management is taking place. This is in India, in Dehradun, and other 5 has taken place, and that will be really beautiful from our point of view, as a researcher point of view. Those who are there in the morning, administration point of view, Afroz has very nicely pointed out, unless we have the public, unless we have the administration people, unless we have the scientific, policy makers and the stakeholders, who will do that? So if all of us sit at one place, definitely, and I am very sure that we'll be able to find out the way forward. And that is the motto of all of us. So with this, I thank you once again for all the delegates, all the students, researchers, faculty members have participated to this important program. And my vehement thanks to all the participants. I am seeing Afroz, I am seeing Matt, I am seeing Professor Das, and Marcus is also here. And I am seeing many other who are involved in not only Wadia's activities, in many activities what we have pursued in the past for the benefit of the society, for the growth of geosciences for the society. So thank you very much once again for being a part of this important program. And I invite all of you to be associated with the World Disaster Congress that will be held in Dehradun itself in that university, and make it your presence over there, and gain more and more knowledge. More and more we discuss, more and more we participate and involve into the discussion. Definitely it will lead us for the growth of our scientific research, for the deliberation for what society is looking forward from us, as well as we'll be able to build the sustainable growth and development of our Indian Himalayan region. Thank you very much.
I now request our director, sir, to felicitate our speakers for the day. Sir, please, you also come. So we have Professor Harsh Gupta, sir. Sir, thank you very, very much for your entire day, all the contribution, a special talk. This is the Brahma Kamal. It is the state flower. This flower actually blooms in high altitude in the Valley of Flowers, and it represents Uttarakhand. So we thought that you will have something to take back from Uttarakhand. Next, we have Dr. Paramesh Banerjee. Thank you very much, sir, for your time. Next, we have Dr. P.K. Das. So thank you very much. Between PDNAs, continuous PDNAs, you took out the time for us. And I know that you had only one day. And the actual WCDM is telling that how did you bring him and we could not bring him. Thank you, sir. Next, we have Professor Marcus New, sir. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you very much. I will request Professor Harsh Gupta, sir, to present a memento to our director. We'll give after you in a line. कोई बात नहीं, sir. The talk was as important as everybody, so we'll go in a line. Tom must be watching online. He is continuously online since morning. So we'll have to send him a picture, whoever is online. So next we have we have Dr. Matt Westoby. Professor Kees Van Westen was online. Then we have, last but not the least, Dr. Afroz Ahmed Shah. He traveled a very, very long distance, more than 24 hours. Thank you, Afroz. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So we will now have tea, and we shall walk through the posters. The posters have been all contributed from Wadia Institute scientists and students. Especially we have inspired the students to make the posters. These posters, some of them will be as talk in the main WCDM. So the WCDM venue is Graphic Era. So there are several sessions there, technical sessions. You may join there as well. They will be very interactive and nice. And some will go as posters there as well. So we will also have an exhibition stall in the main congress. Plus we have a 29th afternoon special session on Joshimath. So all of you are also requested to go to Graphic Era on 29th afternoon. Our session will be on Joshimath. Thank you. Oh yes, yes, we can please have a picture here. Everybody, maybe the students can come here and यहाँ का lights on है क्या? And thank you everybody for participating. Thank you for everything. will cover whatever you want to take forward now.
Okay.
And you can take over.
Okay, thanks.
पोस्टर्स वगैरह दिखा दे थोड़ा सा, है ना? हेलो, इस पे अगर जैसे कोई बाइट देगा, सीधे लाइव पे चला जाएगा। ऑन ना